In 2021, we lost many family members, and you'd think it was COVID-19 related, but it wasn't. I started having nightmares. I'd wake up covered in sweat. I kept dreaming of death, that someone would die, but from a cultural perspective, death usually meant a wedding would happen soon. It started in July 2021. A close family member had a stroke. She suffered for 13 days and then died. It was devastating because she was like a mother to us all. The week leading up to her funeral was extremely haunting. Things moved, doors opened and closed. Her spirit was seen. It was horrible. Then, more nightmares. In August, an uncle died from a heart attack. Exactly 2 weeks after, we lost four more, who died 2 days apart from each other. September rolled around and three others died within the same week. October hit and another uncle had a stroke. He too suffered and died. Exactly 2 weeks later, his favourite brother-in-law suffered a heart attack and died in November. Our December started off quiet until we got a call that another uncle died. We lost 12 in 2021. Yes, I had more nightmares around those deaths too. We thought it was COVID-19, but all tests were negative. We thought it was old age, but they were all in their early 60s. We thought it was sickness, but none of them were ever in the hospital. Last week, I had nightmares too. My mom had shared that she kept having a recurring dream of a function with many people. 2 hours later, that same day, her estranged brother died. Yesterday was his funeral. He was 52. People keep dropping like flies. We don't know what to do or who's going to go next. All we do is pray and hope it'll be okay. Something that's been following us around since my toddler was born. I first became aware of it when I was taking a picture of her sleeping on my chest, and the face detection software detected 3 faces. I convinced myself it was probably a glitch or a reflection of some sort, so I left it as that. Curiosity got the better of me, and I took the same picture and ran it through a makeup app to see if I could pick up whatever it was. It did. It was a face with its mouth open. I showed the picture to a spiritual person who said it was an imp sent our way to destroy whatever peace we now had with the new baby. She helped us cleanse the house and gave us some protection wards. We said our prayers and hoped for the best. Fast forward to when she started moving around and had received battery-operated or voice toys. We've had to destroy many toy voice boxes because they turn on and will not stop even with the batteries taken out. It was her grandmother who heard it first. The baby's electronic swing would start on its own and play a lullaby. Subsequently, it was plugged off when not in use, but it continued, and then it started swaying. I opened the battery pack to see if there were demo batteries, but it was empty. On another occasion, her animal collection started making their sounds at inappropriate intervals. Her grandmother too was the first one to report on this, then I heard it myself. I thought that maybe it was the results of the batteries being old and triggering themselves, but there were no batteries inserted. The toy dog started barking in my hands. Its voice box was promptly discarded in a small fire, as for the other voice boxes. She was given a generational dinosaur toy, which had stopped working at least 15 years ago, but was saved because the outside was new, and is the beloved Not the Mama baby in the dinosaur TV show. Imagine sleeping peacefully and hearing Not the Mama repeatedly. That hadn't worked in over 15 years with no batteries in. This continued with many toys until it stopped for about a year and happened sparsely. It's following us around. We spent the night with a relative. Last night, her rocket toy lit up on its own, voicing, "Ha ha ha, let's play." It scared the life out of me. It too had no batteries in it. So this one is probably the most terrifying thing I've experienced. Back when I was about 8 or 9, and my grandma was still alive, my older brother and I used to visit her a lot. By a lot, I mean just about every other weekend. My parents divorced when I was 8. My mom won the custody battle, leaving me and my brother to see our dad every other weekend. It didn't take long for my dad to start dumping us off at grandma's. I don't have anything against him though. He had no clue what to do with kids, so I guess he figured we'd like it at grandma's, and we did. My grandma wasn't exactly the nicest woman alive, but she treated my brother and I pretty well. She, like most grandmothers, spoiled the crap out of us. I really loved her and miss her. Every weekend, Aidan, we'll call my brother that, and I were at grandma's. We'd spend the night. There were 3 bedrooms in the house: the master, the front bedroom, and the back bedroom. Aidan hogged the back bedroom, even though it was supposed to be for the both of us. I think he just kicked me out simply because there was a TV and a GameCube in there. Yeah, we were pretty spoiled by grandma. Though, this left me to sleep on the couch in the living room. I was scared of every single room in that house. I refused to be alone, especially if it was in the back room of the house, where there were few lights. So imagine how well I fared in the dark living room at night. Not well. This, I believe, is where my bad sleeping habits started. I'd stay up every night watching TV, often going into the early morning. This did allow me to watch shows a 9-year-old shouldn't be watching. You know, thinking back on it, I never realised my grandma's house was haunted, so remembering a lot of creepy things now makes a whole lot of sense. To just get this out of the way, my grandma had a Ouija board just casually chilling in a dresser. She also mentioned a few times that the spirit of the house was friendly, not at all harmful. Yeah, sure, Grandma. It sure as hell scared the crap out of me several times. This one time, it will forever stick with me. So this night started off as any other. My brother locked himself up in the back bedroom. Grandma and her little chihuahua were tucked up in bed, and I was left alone in the dark as hell living room. My grandma was one of the many people who closed up the curtains at night, and the living room was really dark at night. The only light I had to see anything was the light of either the TV when it was turned on, or some eerie green light that I don't remember the source of. Bedtime, I think, was around 9 or 10 at night. I waited and listened for my grandma to see when she'd fell asleep before turning the TV on. I don't think I waited any longer than 5 minutes before the silence got too creepy for me. I turned the TV on and turned the volume down real low, so even I could barely hear it. The layout of my grandma's house is pretty simple. All of the bedrooms are in one hallway, the front hall. The front bedroom is right across from the living room. The master between the living room and across the hall from the front and back bedrooms. A bathroom is situated at the end of the hall, acting as a sort of a middle point between all rooms. The hallway itself isn't any longer than 15 feet in length. Also, another thing about my grandma's house is that it's really old, even back then. The doors were all made of thick cardboard. The back bedroom door was pretty much destroyed by my older cousins when they were younger. The front corner was coming off and made an awful sound every time the door was opened. This is important. Time passed pretty quickly from what I remember. I think I might have been watching a TV show I can't name, but I really loved it. The show was about a detective with OCD and was actually pretty good at his job. You might remember it if you were around in the early 2000s. Anyway, before I know it, it's already around 1 or 2 in the morning. That's usually the time they aired that show. I remember feeling it and hearing it before anything else. You know when you're not alone and you suddenly get a chill in your spine and your brain tells you you're not alone anymore? When your flight or fight instincts kick in and you've got to look around to see for yourself that someone else is with you. I felt that, and then I heard a sound. To me, it was like a mixture of TV static and the ringing you get in your ears when the room you're in is too quiet. It was soft at first, coming from the end of the hall, or so it seemed to me. I turned the volume down even lower, just in case my grandma had woken up and was ready to scold me. From where the couch was, I couldn't see anything past a little table that sat in the middle of the hall on one wall. So, I just had to listen. I think my brain has registered the sound as footsteps, coming from the bathroom at the end of the hall. I remember my brain going from my grandma to my brother, since my older brothers loved to torment their little sisters. Mine was no exception. My heart was still hammering, and my instincts of fight or flight were still in high gear, though I calmed down a bit when thinking it was just my brother trying to scare me, or if he was just going to the bathroom. I had called out to him a couple of times before realizing that if it was my brother, I could have heard his bedroom door open. Remember that the back bedroom door practically screeched every time it opened, making it awfully hard to quietly slip out. And that's when the panic officially set in, and the presence began to move. In my mind, I imagined it to almost glide across the carpet, like the kind of thing you see in horror movies. I hadn't seen many at that age, so I honestly have no idea where it came from. I kept calling out to my brother, almost crying because I was so scared. When the static-like ringing got louder, and I felt the presence at the end of the hall, I almost pissed myself. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I just laid there, waiting to see who it was. It was dark as heck, because at some point, I turned off the TV, thinking it was in case it was my grandma. So sitting there in the dark with a literal shadow looming at the end of the couch was enough to scare me shitless. I flipped over to face the back of the couch and cover my head with the blankets. I remembered, though, miraculously, what my grandma had told me about seeing spirits and such. Just tell them you're fine, that they can go home. They aren't here to hurt you, they just want to check up on you. After chanting, "I'm fine, go home," about 12.5 times, the ringing stopped and the presence left. I remember checking after a minute of silence, seeing just the dark hallway. I wasted no time in launching from the couch and running into my grandma's room. And even after all that, I still slept on the couch. To start, when I was a toddler, my parents, older brother and I all lived in a house in what was a cute suburban neighbourhood. It's all older now and not as modern. It was a nice house with a huge backyard, or so it seemed to me in my tiny 4-year-old body. But we had a creepy neighbour who had a great view of our yard from the deck in his backyard. His house was on the corner of a street, meaning the yards were perpendicular. Well, in the fence separating our backyards, there were small holes, as one would expect from actual wood, not fake stuff that most tables are made out of. I used to like to peep through a hole in the fence. This guy had 2 large dogs that would often jump the fence and run wild in the neighbourhood. Several times my brother, nephews and I would have to run past his house because his dogs' heads reached well over the top of the fence. It was rare that his dogs were quiet and seemingly nice. Well, one day, the entire family was out back. I was doing kid stuff and ended up looking through the hole in the fence. I saw a girl who looked a lot like Shirley Temple sitting next to one of the dogs. It was really weird. It wasn't like she was far back on the deck or something. From how I remember it, it was like looking through a paper tube. It's hard to explain, but there was nothing around the girl and the dog. It was just them. I was more amazed in a childish way than freaked out. In my toddler mind, I was probably excited about the neighbour having a little girl who I could potentially befriend. Now, we get to skip about a decade and a half. Back in 2016, my mum and I were living with my grandparents. My mum, brother and I had gotten out of a bad situation the year before, which left us in the basement of my ex-stepsister's best friend's family's basement. Yeah, it's a mouthful. According to the family, the house was haunted. The oldest daughter had experienced some things, such as someone sitting at the foot of her bed at night. I never did, and I honestly can't remember if anything paranormal happened. Most of the weird things that did happen could honestly be chalked up to paranoia or something else. Like I said, we moved in with my grandparents. It was late 2016. My brother moved in with his girlfriend at the time, leaving Mom and I to stay with my grandpa and grandma. Once again, we were stuck in the basement. The situation at hand took place during the summer of 2017. The greatest part about being the youngest in your family is being able to stay home alone while everyone else goes out to work. I decided to stay at my dad's house for a couple of weeks as a sort of vacation. My dad's a chill guy, so he doesn't expect much. Plus, it was good to get out of a crowded, tiny home. 5 people in a 2-level house that's practically a townhouse. Not fun. My dad did live in a pretty busy neighbourhood, with loud neighbours behind the house. Again, this might not be exactly paranormal, but I'm convinced it's something. It was nearing the end of my stay at my dad's, and like usual, I was left alone with only the bird and dog for company. I was sitting on the couch watching TV and writing when the doorbell rings. I know, it's such a normal thing, but it was odd. I wasn't too immersed in my writing that I wouldn't have heard someone walk up to the door. In fact, the dog should have heard whoever it was too. I checked out the window first, which had a great view of the front steps. No one was there. No cars parked out front or in the driveway. I knew I wasn't going crazy because the dog reacted to the doorbell too. She didn't growl, but she did a little boo and stood up. I took a few extra minutes to check around the house to make sure no one was around. I ended up chalking it up to a prank, probably from the kids who lived behind us. Another few days pass by and I'm back home, having completely forgotten about it. Until it happens again. Once again, at home, my mum's. I'm all alone with just the animals. Then, the doorbell rings. The dogs react. I get up and check out the window. No one is there. I wait a minute to see if it's a salesperson and they'll walk away. Nothing happens. I checked another window, same results. At that point, I remember what happened at my dad's, and I'm freaking out a little. I usually checked with my dog to make sure he heard it too, and that I wasn't going insane. Like I said, it might not be paranormal, but it's one hell of a coincidence. My mum thought it might have been my guardian angel, trying to tell me something. Don't know what the doorbell ringing could possibly tell me, but okay. The activity is getting worse. It's not just visual activity we're dealing with anymore, it's mental and emotional too. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how bizarre and out of the world this is all going to sound. You can choose to believe me, or you don't have to. We actually decided to clean up our spare bedroom to use as a gaming room and hangout area. I started to spend most of my nights there playing The Sims. I noticed our dog, Boozy, hated going in there. He'd growl and bark, try to hide under my blanket, or try to get into my lap. As much as he hated being in there, he still insisted on following me and being around me. Boozy started to get very sick, bone skinny sick. I'd feed him 4 cups of food a day and he just kept getting more frail and skinny. We ended up rehoming him because we couldn't afford to take him to the vet constantly. I wish we were able to keep him. There's been negative energy continuing to grow. Anger and frustration seem to be common. Stuff keeps disappearing. Cabinets keep opening, and the spare bedroom has this lingering rotten smell that travels around our apartment. No matter how many wallflowers or candles I use, I can't seem to get rid of it. I had the most vivid dream the other night. This sickly lady came into our apartment. I told her to leave and that she doesn't live here. She told me that it's her apartment and that she lives there. I told her that I had no idea who she was and to leave. She told me she knew who I was and who my boyfriend was, calling us by name, and that we needed to leave. I tried to wake up, but when I did, I saw this black liquid running up on my bedroom walls. That scared the fuck out of me and made me wake up for real. An old friend of my mom, who's a medium, came to her. I had no idea who this lady was, but she told my mom about the sickly old lady that was in my dream. Described it down to a T. She also was able to describe exactly what I saw in my dream. she ended up calling me, telling me that we're in danger. The sick lady that came to me in my dream wasn't evil, but was trying to protect us. She actually lived in our apartment before we did. This medium told me she died of cancer, and that she also experienced this dark liquid. She told me this dark liquid is a soul eater, and it doesn't just reside in our apartments, but in our whole building. Our whole building is its puppet ground. The reason why our side room smells rotten is because that's its nest. That's where the portal is. I've started to become more sick. I've had migraines for days and nothing is helping it. I've also been having coughing fits that make me not able to breathe, and I choke on phlegm that keeps coming up. The red marks I've gotten are from the black liquid that apparently keeps touching me. My boyfriend and I moved into an apartment 9 months ago, and we think there could be ghost kitties here. We have 2 cats of our own, and we've seen both cats acting as if they're chasing something that isn't there. Their toys have gone missing every now and then, but what's spooky is I found 2 of their soft toys under our kitchen sink behind a board that's blocking that area off. I only found them because I accidentally kicked the board down when I was doing the dishes. Recently, there's been activity that I don't think ghost kitties could do. Cabinets have opened, light and heavy things have been thrown. Our shower curtain moves every now and then. Electronics seem to die quick, and our TV brightness dims and brightens. I enjoy watching scary movies, and I decided that I'd watch one until my boyfriend got home from work. After the first movie was over, the energy in our living room felt different. I wasn't sure if it was because I was a little spooked from watching The Conjuring 3 or what. Mr. B, one of our cats, was staring at the corner with his ears back for a bit. All of a sudden, my beanie that was on the table flew at him, hit him, and made him run away to hide. That scared me a bit, so I went and stood in our kitchen for a while. While I was in there, a breeze flew by me. I decided I needed to step out because my stomach felt sick. When I stood outside our apartment, I heard one of the cats meow and the dishes move. I decided to go back, because I couldn't leave our babies alone there. While I was sitting in the kitchen, one of the cabinets creaked open. This is where I almost started to cry. Luckily, my boyfriend got home a few minutes later. I've experienced things happening before and I felt fine, but the energy I've been feeling the past couple of days is making my stomach knot. Another thing that concerns me is that some of our things seem to go missing. Back in October, I knew I put my earrings on our bedside table before I went to bed. I wanted to put them back on a few days later, but they were gone. We thought maybe one of the cats knocked them onto the floor, so we looked everywhere in our room and we still haven't found them. We've also lost my boyfriend's main car keys. We have a big jar on one of the tables in our living room that I put our keys, wallets, and coins in. If my boyfriend places his things down, I always end up picking them up and putting them in the jar before bed. Well, he came home late one night while I was already asleep and put all of his things down on the coffee table, keys, wallet, etc. Woke up in the morning and everything but his keys was still there. I've deep cleaned our whole apartment and still haven't found the things and have gone missing. I've also noticed red marks show up on my skin that weren't there minutes before. These are just a few experiences I've witnessed. There's been a lot more. They only seem to be the most active around me. My boyfriend has only witnessed a few things happen to him, and most of the time it's little things while I'm in the room with him. I feel like the energy in our apartment has shifted, and now I start to feel sick almost every time I witness something happening. Is there a way to cleanse the negative energy I keep feeling? A few months back, I went on holiday with a couple of friends to celebrate my hen do. I ended up sharing a hotel room with my maid of honour, who I'm just going to refer to as MOH from here on out. We spent the first couple of nights exploring the town and drinking a little too much. so that by the time we got back to the hotel, we fell asleep pretty much as soon as we crawled into bed. The third night rolled around, and we all felt pretty rough, so we decided to take it easy. We had a nice meal, no booze, and watched comedy stuff on her tablet until it was time for bed. I woke up abruptly at 2 a.m. with the feeling that something else was in the room with us. Telling myself not to be stupid, I opened my eyes and stared directly at a woman standing next to the bathroom door. The first thing I noticed about her was her hair, black, and her shirt, green with white polka dots. This is important later. But the more I looked, the more I realised that she was all wrong. She was unnaturally tall, so much so that her head was level with the doorframe. The worst thing was her face, though. The only way I can describe it is to say that it looked melted, but that doesn't do it justice. Her teeth were huge, protruding out of her mouth. She was leaning towards me, beckoning me over to her and laughing. I couldn't hear the laugh, but I felt it. Now I'm going to pause here and say that I know what sleep paralysis is like. It's happened to me on and off since I was a very little kid. I wake up and can't move. I see stuff that shouldn't be there. This was not that. Firstly, I could move. Because initially I thought it was a weird dream remnant. I actually leaned towards her, trying to see her better. Secondly, when I do wake up seeing things, they disappear as soon as I close and reopen my eyes. So I closed my eyes and opened them again. Closed them and opened them again. And again one more time. Every time, she was still there. At this point, I lost it. Closed my eyes and screamed for my MOH to turn the light on. As soon as she flipped the switch, I turned to check and the woman was gone. I got out of bed and searched the bathroom just to be on the safe side, and it was empty. I've never physically shaken from fear before, but by this point, I was trembling from head to toe and couldn't stop. While I was pacing the room, my MOH was lying on her bed, awake but struggling to open her eyes. This was weird in itself because A, when she's up, she's up. I live in fear of sleeping in the same room as her because she's a light sleeper and won't be able to nod off again if I wake her. And B, she's a very protective friend, and under any other circumstances, if she heard me scream, she'd be at my side in a shot. Our conversation went something like this. Me, not wanting to sound stupid. I had a nightmare. MOH, it's okay, sweetie. The hotel is just messed up. I saw a woman. At this point, MOH sat bolt upright. Don't. Me, green, polka dot shirt. We stared at each other for a moment, then without saying anything else, grabbed some essentials and left the hotel. We then went down onto the beach and walked through the seawater, then managed to find a bar that was still open. When we sat down with a pint each, we finally talked. When I screamed, I had woken my MOH up from a nightmare in which a really tall woman with a melted face and huge teeth was pinning my MOH down onto the bed and screaming into her face. The woman had black hair and was wearing a green shirt with white polka dots. We didn't calm down until I booked us a room at another hotel. We waited out the rest of the night in bars and cafes, and when our friend finally woke up, we got him to accompany us back to our room so we could get our stuff and go. So that's my story. I still have to sleep with the lights on because I'm scared of what might be waiting for me if I wake up in the dark. So to give you guys some background, my whole family is pretty spiritually awakened. But out of everyone, I seem to be the one who's in the most touch with it all. This started when I was about 12 and got stronger as I grew up. A couple of months ago, I was sitting in my parents' bed while they were in the living room watching TV. The way our house is set up, I could see parts of the living room from my parents' room because there's a balcony right outside it that looks over the living room. Anyways, I was sitting in their bed with the door open, so I could still hear their TV and everything. But I noticed a shadow walk from my parents' closet to their bathroom. I wasn't paying much attention to its energy, so I just figured it was one of my grandparents who enjoy visiting me often. I said something along the lines of, "I see you," or "I can hear you," because I could hear the footsteps as well. Nothing else really happened. We have motion lights all over our house, so we don't have to turn all the lights on at night if we wake up for something. And all of the pets were downstairs with my parents because our dogs are too lazy to climb the stairs. But the lights in the room kept going off as if someone was pacing around the room, purposefully setting them off. I didn't mind. I just figured it was my grandpa saying hi. This was my first encounter with Jeffrey. I'll explain his name later on. My grandpa is the most active. When my mother is in the bed alone, because my dad's working night shifts, she can feel him sitting on the end of the bed. She gets creeped out by this and asks him to leave, and he usually does. So this is why I thought it was him at first. About a week later, I was talking to my mom about it and telling her how I always felt something in her closet. And she had told me she felt the same way. We talked about it some more and came to the conclusion that whatever was in her closet was not someone we knew and was not something that had lived on this earth. My mother told me how she felt this entity as a child and how it used to be attached to my grandfather and now it's attached to her. And she even sees him during her sleep paralysis. We both felt that it was more of a masculine figure and he wasn't a good entity, but he's never hurt us. That day, I decided to give him a name. I thought it would be something funny to take away any fear he might cause. I chose Jeffrey, but my mom later called him Fred or Frederick. Since discussing Jeffrey with my mother, it seems he's more present in my life. Jeffrey usually stayed in my parents' closet, but would sometimes venture out to the balcony. I would see his shadow up there, and thinking back to it now, I knew it wasn't my grandparents. But lately, he's ventured to right outside my room, which is only about 5 feet from the balcony, but he's there almost every night. It seems he's getting closer and closer to me. Maybe he's moving his attachment from my mother to me. There's another motion light outside my room that faces the stairs. No windows or anything that could be moving. He paces past my room, and the light usually kicks off and on about 3 times before he stops. Sometimes I feel him in my room, but I don't think he can stay long, or maybe he just gets bored. But like I said, I don't feel like he wants to hurt me, and every night I see him walk past my door, I tell him a quick good night and wish him a good evening. I believe he got into this house in the first place because I heard that 2 mirrors facing each other is a portal. But I don't know if that's true or not, so don't quote me. I do not feel threatened by him, and I don't see any reason to banish him. I won't hesitate if he leaves a scratch on me. I've been able to see ghosts since I was a kid. At first, they would appear as dense shadows out of the corner of my eye. After puberty, they began to look like regular people, clothed, and sometimes they even looked to be breathing. Sometimes their clothes look new, sometimes worn and faded, or dirty and tattered. If I look directly at them, I can't see them, but in my peripheral vision they remain, and I can see full detail. They don't speak, ever, but I growled at them once. Sometimes they know I can see them, and they try to scare me. That doesn't work. Not anymore. And no, I'm not crazy. No diagnosis of psychosis for myself or in my family. This is a gift and curse that runs in the family on both sides of my mother's family. My great-grandmother on my maternal grandmother's side could see ghosts like real living people, while my great-grandmother on my maternal grandfather's side had visions of family in distress or of the future. One great-grandmother I was raised with, the former, and one lived far away, and I only knew her by stories. Sometimes the gift skips a generation. My great-grandmother had the sight, but her daughter didn't. My mother had visions, but my strongest gift is sight. I sometimes have prophetic dreams, but they're hard to remember or figure out what they were until they come to pass. One of my cousins has visions, while none of his sisters have either a gift nor his mother. And please don't ask for lottery numbers, it doesn't work that way. The building I work in has a lot of activity. It's very distracting when you see someone and turn, thinking it's a customer you just walk past, and no one's there. It's frustrating when that happens, because I feel like I've been tricked. My last experience happened at the beginning of March 2020. I could describe her. I still have a perfect image of her in my mind. She was about 5'3" tall, Asian, with long straight black hair hanging down to her waist. Very pale face with dark bags under her eyes, like she hadn't slept for a week. Wearing a grey hoodie with the hood up and black pants. Her pale hands at her sides. She was very angry and lingered for a while after I had first spotted her. It was the first time I could stand there and watch them for several minutes without losing sight of them, even after looking away and then back. The problem was, she knew I could see her, and she just stood there watching me. As I walked around, I could see her head turn, tracking my position, yet she didn't budge an inch from where she stood. While watching her, and without taking my eyes off of her, I reached over blindly and grabbed a phone at one of the registers, called my manager in the office, and asked if he could see her through the security cameras. He could see the exact spot she was standing, but she didn't show up on the camera feed. I'm looking right at her, right now, I told him, but no dice. He's a devout Catholic and believes me when I have an episode like this, but it still spooks him to no end when it happens while he's there. I warned my co-worker who came in shortly after this for the next shift, and she thought I was having or going to have a seizure and was hallucinating as a precursor. There was no hallucination, and I didn't have a seizure later. Sometimes I wonder if other people can see human ghosts the way I can, or if it's just me. Sometimes I wonder if I really am crazy. I don't consider myself to be most of the time, but when you experience enough crazy stuff, you start to question your own sanity. And I don't consider myself psychic. I can't see dead people on demand. They don't come to me and tell me things like in the TV shows. And if I could do any of that, I would never try to make a profit off of it. I don't know why, but I've always felt like that would be cheating and wrong to do. And professional psychics who make money off of their gifts have always made me angry. I swear this is true. Believe it or not. I've learned the hard way over the many years of my life thus far that there are some things that exist in this world that frankly don't care if you believe them or not. You can choose not to believe in the existence of city buses, but that won't make it hurt any less if you're hit by one. In 2015, I worked a couple of weeks at one of those Halloween stores that are in town for the season. This particular location was in an old Kmart building that had been empty for a number of years. A particular problem for this building was the homeless population breaking in to have a safe place to sleep out of the cold. My first day, I was put in the back area, shuffling stock onto pegs. Being my first day, I hadn't met everyone, so when I saw movement out of my peripheral vision, I didn't pay much attention to it. Way off in the back left corner of the building, outside of the double doors going into the old stockroom, I saw a man. A very tall, maybe 6'3", Hispanic, one of the biggest Mexicans I ever saw. Long curly dark hair, dark complexion, white t-shirt and blue jeans. I figured it was simply a co-worker I hadn't yet met, and didn't think much of it. A few moments later, I looked up and the fellow was gone. A shift later, I'm an opener. Our manager tasks a co-worker and I with going into the old stockroom to look for a cart for stock. We get back there, and a motion-activated light in the hallway on the other side of a swinging door turns on. Then the next. Then the next. My co-worker freaks and says, crap, it's probably another homeless person who broke in. Come on, let's go catch them and make sure the back door is locked. So we chase after the movements. We get into the hall, which has a door on either end, to see no one. But in the next area, where the back door is, the light's turned on. We run in there, and a stairwell leads up from this area to the old offices. The lights going up the stairs start turning on, like someone is going up, but there was no one there. Not a rat, a moth, or so much as a cockroach to trigger the motion sensors. We double-check the back door, and it's securely chained and locked. My co-worker turns white as a sheet and says, "That's it, I'm done. We're the hell out of here." A shift or two later, I ended up in the back area again, shuffling stock. From my peripheral vision, I see the same man again, but this time he's maybe 15 feet away. I paid attention this time and could make out the details pretty well. His clothes were dirty and he wasn't wearing shoes. The guy was just standing there though, not moving. And after a few unnerving moments of seeing him there in my peripheral vision, I look up directly at him and he's no longer there. That's odd, I thought, not connecting the dots. I just shrug it off and continue working. My final shift was on Halloween. I'm sorting merchandise between carts, putting broken stuff in one cart and sellable stuff in the other. The next thing I realise, someone is standing a foot away, directly in front of me. Looking down at the cart between us, I can see him perfectly in my peripheral vision. I could see the grime on his clothes. I could see him breathing. I knew at that moment if I looked up, he wouldn't be there. I suddenly got irrationally angry, a type of anger I've never felt. I say to him without even thinking, "I know what you are. I know what you're trying to do. I'm not afraid of you. You're not welcome here. By the power of the priesthood, I command you to leave now." He growls one guttural growl, and then is gone. No fading out, no puff of wind and smoke, just gone. At my current job, a year or two later, one of my co-workers and good friends is a devout Catholic. I told him about the ghost of the homeless guy in the old Kmart building, and he just stands there and stares at me. Do you have any idea what you did and how dangerous it was? You exorcised it. You're not a priest. You should never have been able to do that. You're damn lucky that it was just a ghost and not a demon. I never even considered that, nor did I consider my words before I spoke them to the ghost. It was spontaneous, like muscle memory, or like I was being guided. My friend still says I was lucky and not to do some stupid crap like that again. Because I've been so busy doing stock work or pulling curbside orders, I've not seen much. But today, after 2 people had gone home for the day, leaving 3 of us, there was some movement in the back corner of the store, in the wine area. It sounded like small packages falling on the floor, and I know for a fact that no one was in that area. My supervisor and I were at the front in line of sight, and our stock guy was in the stock room. After the stock team member went home, it was just my supervisor and I. About 15 minutes before we left, I took the garbage to the back, and all the mobile units. My supervisor is in the break room washing something. I pass the break room and go into the office, take the batteries out of all the phones and plug them in, then go into the break room to hang up my apron. Supervisor: "Did you walk in here a few minutes ago?" Me: "No. If you heard a bang, that was me throwing trash away. I just walked past the break room to drop off the phones though." "What was that, 5 minutes ago?" "No, about 60 seconds, just to plug in batteries." His eyes widen and he looks at me for a moment. "Do you see that dispenser?" Pointing to the soap dispenser. The soap inside turned black, and when I started to wash it out, I saw someone walking behind me towards the lockers and in the break room. This is the first time I've been here since my break. I walked past the doorway to stow the phones, but I didn't enter the break room. Something is very unhappy that we're back to work. Looks that way. I didn't see the apparition in the break room, nor the oil-like substance in the soap dispenser. The soap is supposed to be almost a honey colour, not like black tar. It took him several minutes to try to clean it out, and he ended up just throwing away the soap dispenser. Welcome back to work, huh? So I'm 16 years old, and I'm turning 17 in about 2 weeks. My family, me, my mum and my sister, used to live in a different house before our current one. My dad died about 7 years ago, and it was just us for about a year. Around sometime in 2014, my mom met a man. Let's call him N, and he became my stepdad about a year later. He has 4 kids from his previous marriage. Let's call them W, A, J, and E. Our previous house was getting too cramped, so we all decided to build a new house that could fit all of us. The house got finished right before New Year's going into 2017. The land that we built used to be a farm and is basically in the middle of nowhere. Back in 2017, we only had 2 or 3 neighbours, but now we have 20 plus. The house has always given me a bad vibe, but the paranormal activities didn't start until around the end of May last year. I had seen a lot of videos on YouTube, specifically Sam and Colby, of people doing scenes with spirits. Needless to say, I was very intrigued and I wanted to try it myself. I didn't have a Ouija board, but I did have some candles. So at around midnight on my birthday, I went down to my basement, which is pitch dark, and lit some candles. I arranged them in a pentagram style and started to talk. I was asking all of the cliche questions like, is anyone there? And are there any spirits that would like to contact me? After about 10 minutes of silence, I started to get discouraged and gave up. I went to blow out the first candle, but was interrupted by a scooter being dropped on the floor. The floors in my basement are stained concrete floors, so this made a very loud noise. I was paralysed in fear, and I couldn't move for about a minute. After a while, I chalked it up to being a coincidence and blew out the first candle. As soon as I blew it out, the same scooter picked itself up again and fell down. At this point, my adrenaline kicked in, and I booked it for the light switch. As soon as I turned on the lights, a wave of relief washed over me. I picked up the scooter and carried it to the garage. They went to blow out the rest of the candles. But when I got back to the candles, they were already blown out. This probably scared me the most, because I know that I didn't blow them out, and I remember them being lit right before I turned on the light. That means that the wind from me getting up and running did not blow them out, and the AC was not on as well. That haunts me to this day. When I told my friends the next day, none of them believed me, except for one. My friend, let's call him Y, dabbles in stuff like this. He does tarot cards and does all sorts of paranormal stuff. He said that the next time he was at my house, he'd do a ritual to find out what was in my house. The next time something happened was on November 2nd, 2019. This was the day a bunch of my buddies came over for a guys' night. Since my house was supposedly haunted, my friend, let's call him L, bought a Ouija board. Unfortunately, Y couldn't make it to guys' night to do the ritual. That morning, when I was cleaning up in the basement, which is where the party was going to be, I heard a commotion from upstairs. I was home alone, but I didn't think much of it, since my cats like to chase each other a lot, and I hadn't had any paranormal activity for a while. When I go back upstairs, I noticed that one of my blankets from my room was in the hallway. This really scared me. As I approached my room with a kitchen knife, I noticed a sudden drop in temperature. The thermostat said it was 68 degrees Fahrenheit, but it felt like 30. I thought someone broken through my window and left it open. I was dead wrong. I turned the corner to find my door closed, which was odd, since I never shut my door unless I'm sleeping. I opened my door, and it looks like a bomb went off. Almost everything in my room was overturned, and it looked as if someone broke in. My lamp was on the ground, my pillows and blankets scattered randomly, my computer monitors laying down on my desk. Gladly, my bookshelf was tied to my wall, which most likely saved my TV. I wasn't nearly as scared until I noticed that my window was untouched and locked too. Then I noticed that none of my stuff was stolen, and there was a rotten stench that had not been there before. I searched the entire house for an intruder, but came up with nothing. There's no way that someone would have broken into my house. They wouldn't have had enough time to get out. The time between when I heard the noise and when I walked upstairs was a mere 90 seconds. Nothing in my house had been stolen, and only my room had been wrecked. The smell disappeared before my parents got home, and they didn't believe me when I told them. My friends believed me because I showed them a picture I took with my phone. Later that night, after hours of playing around, we decided to play with the Ouija board. I can't remember what time it was exactly, but I'm pretty sure it was around 3 a.m. All of us, except for two, gathered around the Ouija board. Since there were so many of us, only around 4 of us could play at a time, and the rest had to watch. While we were playing, a tennis ball got tossed at us in the direction of the two friends that weren't playing. We asked them to stop, but we were chilled by their answers. One of them was asleep and got woken up when we asked him to stop. The other was scrolling on his phone and literally had no idea what we were talking about. We eventually got into a conversation with an active spirit that called himself Cutie. He said he died in 2013 and knew one of us there. Everybody was confused since nobody knew there anyone who died in 2013. Except for me. My dad died in 2013. I remembered that I read somewhere on the internet that after someone dies, their spirit can become confused and can have semi-amnesia. We started asking him more personal questions, but he kept on focusing on me. He said that he was my dad. This made me stop playing immediately, so we said goodbye to the board and put it up. That basically killed the mood for the rest of the night. We all decided to go to sleep, since one of our friends was sick and nobody felt like doing anything else. Everybody else fell asleep with ease, but I couldn't sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about that spirit, and if it was actually my dad trying to contact me. I realized that it was probably just a spirit that was feeding off of my emotions. As I was dozing off, I heard a sound that made my stomach sink like a bag of bricks. It was the sound of a tennis ball being tossed at me. Each time it hit the floor, my stomach pulsed and it echoed in my ears. It slowly made its way towards me and came to a halt as it hit my leg. I was paralyzed with fear. Every thought in my mind was telling me to get up and run to the door. And run as far as I could. But I couldn't. I could move my toes and fingers, but nothing else budged. I forced myself to go to sleep, which was the hardest thing I've ever done. I asked everyone in the morning, and my friend sleeping next to me said he heard it too, but he just thought it was one of my other friends pulling a prank on us. All of my other friends denied ever being awake and said they didn't hear it. I can still hear the booms of the tennis ball hitting the ground to this day. Ever since that day, little things have been happening that cannot be explained. Around 5 months later, we had another guys' night. Luckily, Y was there to do the ritual. After a couple of hours of recording our guys' night EP, we decided to goof off until it was 3 a.m. Most of my friends are not believers, and I completely understand their reasoning. When 3 a.m. rolled around, me, Y, and a couple of my friends gathered around the Ouija board. Y cut out a piece of paper that looked like a doll, while I poured salt around the board. He then said that there was one more ingredient: blood. We were all shocked when he started looking for a knife. We tried to stop him, but he was too fast. He grabbed a pencil and slightly cut his wrist. He squeezed out some blood onto the salt, then started to whisper some sort of satanic chant, while putting his head down on the board. My friends and I were just frozen. We'd never seen him do something like this, and nothing he ever did indicated that he was ever interested in this. He said that he's done this a million times and to relax. We trusted his word and went along with the ritual. We burned the paper doll, and Hall had to say something that we'd kept secret our whole lives. Then we contacted a spirit on the board. The spirit said that our ex-friend, X, would be in danger, and we'd end up saving him. We all decided to take this to here and let him back into our lives. The prediction has not come true yet, but it may have been a metaphor or something. I can't remember the rest of the night, and all of the photos have been deleted off of my phone. It was only half a year ago, but that's one of the only things I remember. Ever since that night, I've been having very vivid dreams. I'm not talking about deja vu dreams, I'm talking about real life dreams. For example, I had a dream about an entire day, like a 24-hour dream. I woke up, followed my morning routine, went to school, had practice, and went home. When I woke up from the dream, I was a bit weirded out. The worst part is that everything played out exactly how it did in the dream, including every single conversation, word for word. I aced the assignment in math. I skipped notes in science and history, and I led the conversation in English. The whole day went exactly how it did in the dream. Every single detail. It's like I can predict the future. Every once in a while, something will happen that will shake me, like radios going off in the night or unexplained footsteps. Lately, there's been a concerning amount of activity. The other day, the power went out in our house, and I decided to play piano in our basement. I propped a flashlight up on the music stand towards the ceiling, so it could illuminate the entire room. All was going well, until the flashlight was tossed off of the stand. It must have been around 5 foot from the air before it started to fall. As soon as it hit the ground, the power turned back on. I realized what had just happened and I freaked. I ran upstairs and told my siblings and parents, but nobody seemed to really believe me. The spirits are starting to become more and more aggressive. The past few nights, I've been having the same real-life dream. In the dream, I'm playing piano in the basement. I'm playing one of my original songs until I hear a noise coming from the bathroom. It's crying. I can't tell who it is because the cry is never the same. The cry will be feminine one moment, and then in the other, it's a grown man. Then it will be a child. I don't want it to hear me, so I slowly tiptoe to the bathroom. On my way there, I stub my toe on the cabinet. As soon as I do, the crying abruptly stops. I make my way over to the bathroom and open the door. When I do, a shadow figure emerges from the bathroom and wraps its shadowy arm around my throat. And I'm dragged into the bathroom. As soon as I'm dragged into the bathroom, I'm jolted awake. I don't think much of it, until I found myself playing piano last night. I was working on one of my original songs when the dream came to mind. I remembered everything vividly, and then I heard a horrifying sound. I heard crying coming from the bathroom. Adrenaline rushed through my body, and my stomach sank as I came to the realization that I was reliving my dream. I got up and grabbed the guitar that was right next to the piano. I knew it couldn't be my siblings, because I could hear all of them talking upstairs. I made sure not to stub my toe like I did in my dream, and stopped in front of the door. It took all the strength in my body to wrap my hand around the handle. The crying continued to wail out through the basement until I turned the knob. It almost seemed as if the door handle was a switch, and the crying stopped as soon as I turned the handle. I gathered all of the courage left in my body and swung the door open. I clutched onto the guitar and prepared to swing it at the figure, when I realized nothing was in the bathroom. I quickly turned on the lights and searched the bathroom. It was empty. A wave of relief hit me like a bag of bricks, and I slumped over against the wall. I had no energy left in my body, and I was sweating like I'd just run a 5K marathon. I sat in that bathroom for about 10 minutes, and then I got up and left. I came upstairs and found my siblings watching a movie that they had just started. I sat with them and watched the movie because I didn't want to be the alone. I stayed with them until the movie was done, and at that point, I had gathered enough courage to be on my own. I said goodnight and went to bed. It was only 12 or 12:30, but I didn't care. I was exhausted. The entities in this house are becoming more active. My sister seems to think that this whole thing is in my mind playing tricks on me, but I know the truth. I don't know how my house is haunted since we built it ourselves, but it is. Maybe the land is cursed or something, but I don't want to find out. I'm about to be a senior in high school, and after I graduate, I'm going to try and get out of here as fast as possible. When all of this started, I was excited to have ghosts and spirits in my house. I was very curious, and I wanted more. Now, I dread this house. It doesn't help that I'm forced to be in this house at all times due to the quarantine. I just want away with this whole ordeal. Back in 2004, me, my mum and my cousin were getting ready for our trip out to Rhode Island the next day. By the time we were done, my cousin and I had decided to just stay awake, since we had to be up by 4 a.m. for our flight anyway. We were downstairs next to the hallway that leads to the front door. My cousin was on the computer, probably using LimeWire, while I was sitting on the floor sorting through my Comic-Con merch closet to the hallway opening. While I'm looking down, I see in my peripheral vision a woman standing in the hallway, and she's looking down at us. She was wearing a black Victorian-style dress and had a black veil over her face. I don't bother looking up because I'm slightly freaking out at this point, and eventually she disappears. What felt like at least 5 minutes, probably only 30 seconds at most. I look up at my cousin without saying anything, and he turns to me and says, "You see her too?" We start freaking out as hardcore, unsolved mystery fans do, and run upstairs to tell my mom. For the few years that we lived there, weird stuff happened at that house quite frequently. The end of the upstairs hallway always cold, random noises, and so many black shadows moving in the corner of my eyes. There was one point when my sister woke up with scratches that looked like 4 long claw marks on her back after she saw something the night prior. I just love this particular ghost story though, because I had my cousin as a witness. I just think it's odd, because my dad got it as a new build. We heard talk that it was built over an old cemetery, but who knows? I know for sure it used to be farmland. When I was around 13 or 14 years old, my great-grandmother used to collect dolls. One of the dolls I took a particular liking to because of how goddamn creepy it looked. She picked up on it and actually gave it to me not too long before she passed away. Fast forward to the story at hand. My 2 stepbrothers and I were sitting in the living room chatting late at night, around 1 a.m. or so. For context, this is a cookie-cutter house, so when you walk in, you basically have to choose between going upstairs or downstairs. The living room is directly upstairs from the front door. There's a fireplace on the left-hand wall, but not much else to note since it was an open concept. Adjacent to the wall, there was the railing overlooking the doorway area, and in front of the railing is the couch. There's also a television sitting on the ground on the wall opposite to the couch. During our conversation, we got on the topic of childhood paranormal experiences. Joking around, I went and grabbed the doll from my bedroom and leaned it up on the shelf above the fireplace. I made sure when I put the doll up there that it was leaning securely so as not to slip off. Some things that are now important. The television is on, but it's just on the no signal screen. And because we were preparing to move, there are boxes and trash bags piled in front of the fireplace, at least 3 to 5 feet out. We're all sitting on the couch at the time this happened. In the middle of a story, my younger stepbrother was telling about an experience he had in the basement of a childhood home. The doll was flung forward from the shelf, landing a good few feet away from the boxes, meaning it flew a good 6 to 8 feet away from the fireplace. At the exact same time the doll made contact with the ground, the television shut itself off and turned itself back on. We never had any electrical issues in that house or with that TV. Needless to say, we pissed ourselves off. I know people are going to say it's possible that the doll has just fallen, but the doll flew forward off of the shelf, even though it was leaning backwards. And things that fall don't typically fall outwards several feet. There's a lot to unpack, so let's start with a story my mother told me about her basement. Some context and history might be needed though. Once upon a time, my grandmother was batshit insane. From my understanding, she's always had problem with pills and such. It ended up being the death of her. Just before I was born, her apartment caught fire, the doorknob fell off, and she was too high to get out. My mom swears it's a murder case. My grandfather was a war vet and would whip the 5 children in the house relentlessly. You're probably wondering what that has to do with anything. And quite frankly, is just so you can understand the setting that my mom grew up in. They didn't give a shit, and when they did, it was in the wrong way. My grandmother was super into Wiccan, black magic, witchcraft, and all that. My mom said she was very Catholic religious as well, which after some of the things that have happened to me, I don't fucking blame her. Apparently, this rubbed off on her kids though, because 2 of the 5 also dabbed in such things, my Aunt Linda and my Uncle Carrie. My mum always tried to keep us as far away from the people she grew up with as humanly possible. Everyone who grew up in that house ended up terrible addicts or crazies. They first moved into the house in the 1970s, and it was the early 80s when the children lived in the basement. They would put the girls downstairs and the boys upstairs since they tended to need more discipline. My mom says that they used to have this chair, just sort of chilling in the bedroom. It didn't really have a purpose and was typically just a catch-all for clothes that were still clean, or the occasional parent visiting their room. One night, when she was probably no older than 10, my mother and my aunt are waiting for sleep to come, when Linda's voice cracks out in the silence. "Mickey, do you see that?" Or something along those lines, I'm sure. Half awake, my mom takes the covers off of her head to see an angelic-looking woman sitting daintily on the now empty chair. She only ever described her beautifully, but her tone of voice telling the story always gave me a sense that as beautiful as she may have been, every beauty came off wrong, as if there were air quotes around the scene itself. My aunt began talking to the angel. My aunt is older than my mother. Maybe that's why she felt no need to be afraid. My mother listened to this one-sided conversation, head under the covers. The first look was real enough that she wanted no part in it. She began to hear the angel start to address her. The angel asked her why she's hiding, asked her to look, asked her to talk, etc. My mother says it felt like her gut was full of rocks. As she refused and ignored, the voice began to change. The angel was begging her. Then it began telling her, then demanding, and then screaming. My mother stayed under the covers and prayed, whilst Linda continued a conversation with the same woman technically, but a different voice. My mom never spoke to it that night, and didn't see it as much as Linda did after that day. Linda, on the other hand, would chat with her many times after that night. When the girls' room was moved upstairs, so did the angel. My mom to this day will not allow the room to be arranged a certain way. Meeting Linda as an adult was a trip. She had this small book and would go out onto our porch and read or pray out loud. She was a terrible addict and passed away from an overdose last year. Her daughter, who's very similar, left some of her ashes in a zippy bag on our porch. She's chilling on top of our china cabinet in the kitchen now, rest her soul. My mom says my Uncle Carrie got into devil worship at the house, sacrificing small animals and such. She said at some point it had gotten bad enough. She'd find hung kittens or catch him suffocating something or another. Absolutely insane shit. She says it was his worship and my grandmother's black magic. They had opened some sort of portal. He died in 2011 from full body cancer at 32. When my grandpa died of cancer in 2012, my mother was the only one of his children to take care of him in his last days. So we left the house to her. We'd been renting and hopping around most of my elementary years, so my mom took it as an opportunity to save some money. She wanted to settle somewhere that wasn't her childhood home and didn't give her terrible PTSD. He officially died in the hospital, but his last days were spent in our living room in a hospital bed. I'm writing this in what used to be her room, the 9x9 office space that I painted when I was 10. I don't remember when exactly I started sleeping with the door shut, but I remember why. At first, I'd wake up and see my mom going to the bathroom. I always found it strange that she could just get up and go back to sleep like that. She spooked me several times by peeking her head in to check up on me. But there was a time where I woke up for no reason, expecting to see my mother scuffling to the bathroom in a shirt, and instead staring into pitch black. It was as if my nightlight stopped at my door. I remember being so puzzled at first, simply thinking it was a weird way the door caught the light or something. But a sense of dread was starting to make the hairs on my neck raise. It was so unnaturally black. Didn't I used to be able to see my mother's face at the doorway? Didn't I used to see her go to the bathroom? Why can't I see the table in the hall like I usually can? The more questions I realised I didn't have answers for, the more intense the feeling of doom became. Taking a page out of my mother's book, I hid under the covers until morning. I wake up and I'm talking about it with my mom, right? And she tells me a story about myself I hardly remembered. When I was really little, I refused to sleep alone in our old trailer. My mom would often come and sleep with me until she woke up to pee and would go back to her own bed. I've always been such a deep sleeper, so she knew she wouldn't wake me. Tonight, I woke up at 3 a.m. to see a person at the foot of my bed. They could have touched my mom's foot if they reached out. I remember it just being this silhouette, impossibly dark. I've always had night lights because I'm a little bitch. So I've no idea how it was such a shadow. I remember I felt like it wasn't allowed to look at it, so I stared at my feet, barely taking in the figure in the edges of my vision. I touched my mother to wake her up, such a light sleeper, and she prayed with me to make it go away. I'm currently not religious in the traditional sense, so I have no idea why this worked. When I opened my eyes from the prayer, the entity that had been there giving me chills for the past 10 minutes was suddenly gone. No more shadow. I always thought I was just tripping as a kid. My mom totally would have freaked out if that was something, right? So when I talked to her about the shadow I had seen in our hall, the hairs on her arms stand up, and she tells me that she's seen it too. That night, when I was a child, she told me to tell it to go away in the name of God. What I didn't know is that she had seen it and stopped seeing it at the same time I had. Once I started sleeping with the door shut, shit got weird. When I'd get home from school, my closet would be wide open. I used to be super messy, so I assumed that it couldn't have just been a broken latch. How would it have pushed the clothes and shoes back like that? Then it started happening at night. I'd usually wake up and see the closet wide open, pitch fucking black. I was a little older at this point, but still I know better than to try and look at its face. I feel like that's just common sense at that point if you're realistically experiencing some sort of paranormal activity. I didn't always feel the sense of dread. Sometimes it was just creepy as hell. It wasn't until I woke up one night as it was opening that I felt sick. I watched that door open to about an inch crack. Nearly pissed myself. I started putting laundry baskets and piles of clothes in front of it. I shit you not, it would still manage to open. I'd often just push the door to see if it had come unlatched, and the answer was almost always yes. My mum thought we traded out for a different doorknob with a lock. Then, the new thing was the button being unlocked. It's one of those push-button locks that unlocks when you twist it, and makes a sort of clunk noise. You can unlock it from the other side by jabbing a bobby pin or something. I'd wake up hearing this super specific noise and find the closet unlocked. Even stranger is when I'd hear this noise, yet the door is still locked. Sometimes I'd hear it twice. Makes zero sense. Sometimes I'd wake up in my mom's bed and neither of us would know how I got there. We're talking middle school era, when most teens would rather be caught dead than still sleeping in their parents' bed. And she's a light sleeper, so she would have noticed. She's had a priest literally bless our home and burn sage regularly, even though she's the most Karen person you'd ever meet. So here's the deal. The point of you knowing all of that is that so you know why I wanted a Ouija board in the first place. It's not for the hella dead relatives I never got the chance to talk to, then to figure out what the hell was going on when I was a kid. So of course, I went into the Halloween spirit, and blew 40 bucks so my friend Alex and I can have a shot at it. And don't even judge me. If all of that backstory was true for you too, you'd be just as curious. I had done a bunch of research at this point, trying to find out what the rules typically are. Stories, guides, history, anything. But there's something weird about the search results for Ouija boards. Why are there so many cheesy magazines writing about it? Why can I find anywhere on Reddit with current discussions on Ouija? Some people have asked, but responses are usually pretty weak. Why isn't it common knowledge that there have been Ouija boards long before America even? Why aren't more people still talking about this, even just as a party game? We've used the board 3 times now, twice yesterday, all during the day at around 2 or 3 p.m. Here are some notable things that have happened that I can remember right now. We need to start writing everything down. Originally, said they were 8. Kept moving to the black next to the word goodbye, or would move to the moon on the board. When asked if it moving to the black spaces was because it's shy, it said yes. Asked if the moon meant we should do this at night. Yes. At some points, we had gotten the giggles from smoking beforehand. Her boyfriend Jay is a skeptic and was making fun. And when we tried to apologise, the board said no. Kept talking to us after a minute though. When asked for a name, moved to 0. When asked if they would tell us how old they are again, said yes, then X, then 0. When asked for gender, 0. I can't remember the context and wish I had better notes, but once in a while, it would go to M. Originally very weak. Moved very slow to the sun. I assumed it was telling us we forgot the candle. Actually started working better once we lit a candle. Told us name was D. Was using the in-between of yes and no as a maybe. Said yes, it does miss the cats. Said maybe, it likes it when people are down here. Said yes, the cats are still here. Moved to the black space. When her boyfriend Jay, the skeptic, came home, the board said goodbye. LED lights started glitching. We said goodbye to fix them quickly. When asked for age, it began slowly and steadily moving through the numbers, and I got a bad feeling it was going to go through all the numbers, so we moved it back to the top. Tried going through the alphabet next. This time, Alex got the bad feeling and wouldn't let it finish. K, A, T, the sun, S. When asked for a name, D. At first we thought Jay was messing with us because he hadn't done it with us until this reading. But we didn't tell him about the second time we had just used it yet. Definitely not told him someone by D had talked to us in the basement. I came home and started noticing these black rocks everywhere. Little pocket-sized black stones in the corners of rooms. Usually I would have recognised right away they were warding stones. I like to research stuff like that, even if I don't believe in it 100%. Just because I like that era and enjoy the aesthetic of it all. But for some reason, I started picking up these rocks and I had 4 of them before I remembered what they were. Which is odd, not like me. I'm not trying to imply anything, but it was noticeably something I wouldn't do. Overall, I could just be crazy. Maybe it's hereditary, but now I'm obsessed with researching the Ouija board and the things it tells us. I feel like I've got a mystery that needs solved, and what better place to figure it out than the public internet? If there's a scientific explanation for this. We're doing another session tomorrow in my basement this time. So far, we've been doing it at Alex's house, but she legit just texted me that her metal Guinness sign that's been hanging just fine for years fell without nothing touching it. Just for context, my story took place in Italy, where the 8th Army of the then British Empire was deployed, the Adriatic Front. I was at my grandpa's house, quite an old one, where almost all of my relatives witnessed weird stuff. One day, I was playing on the ground and I saw a man approaching me, dressed with what later in life I recognised to be a full RAF uniform, usually worn by pirates. This man kindly smiled and told me to go with him. Next thing I know, I was looking down from a World War II bomber airplane. To be specific, I was looking through the round window on the bottom of the plane. I could see the fields we were flying on top of, like in old wartime pictures. He pointed at it and said, "This is how we dropped bombs back then. I used to drop bombs this way." I don't remember exactly what happened next, but I guess I just went back to play. I just want to say that when I write I saw him or he told me, it's not like actual talking or seeing. It was more what you describe as a transcendental experience or an extremely lucid dream. Yet everything seemed to be very normal, and like a casual conversation with someone. Also, he wasn't scary at all. I just remember him to be super chill and friendly. I felt like he meant absolutely no harm. I don't know if my description of the event is clear. I feel like sharing it and possibly have some interesting replies from people who might have experienced something similar. I was driving back from the lab I work at, and when I was driving through a specific section of the city, I don't know if it was its own neighbourhood or anything, I'm not familiar with the area, and felt a very strange sensation creep over me. It felt like the air grew 20 degrees warmer, and my brain started imagining the city abandoned and filled with sand and broken down buildings. Sort of like how movies portray cities struck by climate disasters and desertification. I didn't hallucinate this. It was more like forced imagination, if that makes sense. I didn't feel like I was the one wanting to think about it. As these images crept over me, I got a strong feeling of what I can only describe as hunger from outside my car. It was coming from beneath the ground, like something under there wanted to swallow up this section of the city. Along with that feeling, the air seemed to be heavy with negative emotions, similar to walking into a room where people had had a fight. But like over 5+ minutes of driving, about halfway through driving in this area, I felt like I was being watched. Like whatever entity that was making me feel this way was now aware that I could sense it and had zeroed in on me. Needless to say, I got the fuck out of there. Never had anything like this happen. All of my instincts were telling me something was very wrong there and that I needed to leave. And once, I randomly passed a street. It all stopped immediately. The heat, the strange hungry feeling beneath the ground, the imagined images of desert Chicago playing in my mind, just instantly gone. I know this sounds absolutely insane, but that's what it felt like. I'm not one to put too much emphasis over strange experiences, but man, this was different. I'm struggling to find a rational scientific explanation for this. It felt like a negative version of the energy vortex in Sedona, Arizona. I've always been interested in the supernatural, and I've been watching related stuff for 10 years now. Despite this, I just recently started thinking, if I had any kind of experience that could be linked to the supernatural, and I was kind of disappointed to say, no. Now I live in central Hungary, which is a mixed rural and urban part of the country. I asked a lot of my relatives, friends, even my parents, to tell me if they had any, and I literally mean any kind of experience that could be linked to the supernatural, like human-shaped shadows, ghosts, apparitions, or even UFOs. Sadly, no one had anything to share with me. I also tried researching my country's history concerning this, and I couldn't find any cases of strange lights up in the sky, or even haunted places. I tried to focus on places that might have higher activity, like cemeteries or prisons, where people suffered a lot, but unfortunately, nothing came up. I find it really odd that a country that suffered a lot throughout history has no ghostly activity. Just a quick history lesson concerning tragic events that could be the host of paranormal activity. 1526 to 1699, Turkish occupation, a lot of slavery and corruption. 1703 to 1711, Ringocasey War of Independence, a lot of bloodshed, failed war, and a devastated country. 1848 to 49, a revolution against the Habsburgs, again, failed war of independence, which led to a lot of people being executed. 1914 to 1918, First World War and losing side. 1939 to 1945, Second World War, also losing side. 1949 to 89, communist regime. A lot of innocent people get executed. Because we took part in both world wars, I was thinking, if Gettysburg is supposedly haunted in the USA, maybe we have a place like that too. I checked out 10 different sites where tragic battles occurred, but with no luck. I came up empty-handed. Abandoned buildings are also a no-go, since most of the abandoned places of Hungary are old Soviet military bases that are sealed off from the public. To my knowledge, a lot of European countries have their own stories, cases of the unknown. So what do you think? Are we immune to supernatural or paranormal activity? So a little background. When I was a teen and early 20s, my dad moved into an old house, one of the oldest left standing in my town. A town with a rich history of battles and rebellions. Through some research, I figured it was built for an earl back in the day. The house was split into 2 apartments. I'll explain a few of the numerous events. When he first moved, I didn't experience a whole lot, just an overall feeling of strangeness. There were stairs that led to a solid wall, hollow walls with no doors going into them, certain rooms that were just freezing cold. Just always felt as if someone was watching. After a few months, I experienced the first thing, what I thought was sleep paralysis. I had fallen asleep on the sofa watching TV. I'd woken to feel someone breathing on my cheek. I could clearly hear the breaths right next to me. I was frozen. After what felt like an hour, I managed to move. At the exact moment, a distorted face-like image came flying out of the corner towards me, before disappearing. Maybe a month after this, I woke up in bed and could hear footsteps on the balcony outside my bedroom. I thought maybe someone was trying to break in. It went on for maybe 10 minutes. I didn't investigate, but the next morning, I'd ask my dad if he heard anything, but he hadn't. We went outside to see if anything was disturbed, and there was a huge handprint, bigger than either of our hands, on the condensation on the balcony door. I freaked out, but my dad played it cool, massive skeptic. The next night, he heard someone on his balcony and ran outside to see who it was. As soon as he got outside, all of our bins under the balcony fell over, but no one was to be seen. Another day, I was in my bedroom. I had a guitar in the corner, and out of the blue it made noise, as if someone had strummed the strings. No window or anything was open, so not a breeze. I ran. My dad again tried to explain it away. The next day, he was in my room putting away clothes or something, and it happened again. He ignored it and did it again. He said something along the lines of, "Fuck off, I don't believe in ghosts." And he said it sounded as if someone hit the guitar. There was a bang and it fell over. That was the first time he genuinely couldn't explain away what had happened. I think it actually rattled him a bit. A few weeks later, I got home from work at approx 4 a.m. No one was home. I walked in, turned the 3 living room lights on and the TV, turned the hall light on and went into the bathroom. Came back out and looked up from my phone, and all the lights in the living room were off and the TV, but the hall and bathroom light was still on. I instantly started texting my friend to come over when, boom, all the lights turned back on. TV turned back on at top volume. I put it down to an electrical issue. I was naturally scared, but tried to rationalize. I again fell asleep on the sofa and woke to the door handle of the living room door slowly turning. It was loud, since it was an old house, and I absolutely noped out there. Took a while for me to go back to the house after that. When I eventually did, I brought a friend to stay the night. We were sitting in the living room, and the neighbour in the other apartment came onto our landing just outside the door and started screaming. Full pelt, high-pitched screaming. Then just started loudly pacing back and forth on the landing, talking and chanting to himself. We couldn't figure out what he was saying, but it was absolutely terrifying. From speaking to my dad afterwards, he had said that the neighbour just started doing it one night, a week or so prior, every night. Numerous events of the dad's CD player turning itself on, leaving a room to come back and see a door that had been closed was now open. Things going missing and appearing somewhere else, and weird sounds at night. My dad's since moved from there, but everyone I've spoken to that has been in the house has mentioned that they felt really uneasy there, that there was something else there. Basically, I guess I'm just wondering, was I absolutely crazy and reading into it too much? Or do you think there was legitimately something going on there? This was an occurrence that kindled my interest in ghosts and other supernatural entities. It was the winter of 2016, and I was excited about visiting Cork, also called Madikeri, for my cousin's wedding. It's a small town located at a distance of 110 kilometers from Mysore in Karnataka, whose people mainly depend on coffee plantations and spices for their income. The day started as we had planned, with my uncle's family joining us on the trip, with the 16-year-old me hoping to have the time of my life in the next 4 days. We reached our destination at around 10 p.m., and despite the warnings from the elderly in our family, we had requested our cousin's ancestral home, which was located in the middle of their coffee plantations, for our stay. This place had an eerie past. There was quite a few tittle-tattles about a plantation worker who had committed suicide near that house, in her hut, due to her partner's infidelity, leaving her newborn baby. During her death ceremony, the people present in the house were rattled by the screams of her baby, and when they rushed into her hut to check what was happening, they saw a black shadowy figure sitting and crying near the baby. The figure disappeared once they arrived, and the baby had apparently stopped its cries when the shadowy figure disappeared. My family, being firm non-believers of supernatural entities, heeded no attention to their warnings and insisted on staying at that house. The house had enough space to accommodate us, as it had 3 bedrooms and a big hall. After discussions on where and how we all slept, I was asked to sleep on the couch in the hall, to which I obliged, but little did I know what was about to happen later that night. The clock ticked 12 o'clock, and I was still rolling from one side to another to find a comfortable position to doze off after a tiring 10-hour journey I had that day. The couch was too cramped for my 5'10" frame, and to my surprise, my aunt, who was lying on the couch beside me, was also not asleep. This was a pleasant surprise for me, as I was already spooked by the stories I had heard earlier about that place, and her being awake meant I need not be awake alone. We started speaking on general stuff, and in no time, the clock chimed as the time was 12:30 already. It was at this point I heard the growling sound of a woman, and the sound seemed to be coming from somewhere far away. It was just constant growling with no apparent words, and just the thought of that sound gives chills down my spines even now. At first, I thought I was just hallucinating, but looking at the pale face of my aunt, I figured out I was not the only one hearing the sound. Our chit-chat stopped, and we were keenly focusing on what that sound was, and from where it was coming. The sound stopped after 10 odd minutes, and the relief was pretty clear on our faces. We smiled at each other, only to hear that sound again, but this time even closer and louder than before. We were dumbstruck, not knowing what to do, and shut our eyes in fear. The sound kept coming nearer and nearer, and stopped once again. Hoping whatever that was making the sound had left, I opened my eyes, only to hear it again, but now right above me from the terrace of the house. The growling slowly moved from the terrace to the bedroom on my right, and then near the house door. There was a transparent glass window covered with a screen near the door, through which I was able to see a shadowy, woman-like figure. I looked at the glaring eye of my aunt, which were now filled with tears of fright, as the sound stopped once again. With both of us hoping for the emotional torture we were facing to end, there was a power failure, and the night lamp that was glowing until then stopped glowing, filling the room with darkness. In that dimness, I heard the growl right next to my head. That was the last thing I remembered when I woke up the next day, wishing it was nothing but a nightmare. I went and spoke to my aunt, who confirmed that it was not a nightmare, but something that happened for real. No one from my family believed us when we explained what had happened the night before, except for my grandmother. We've been friends since our childhood. One day, when we were in our 12th grade, she came running to me and told me she found a few guys smoking weed in a nearby abandoned house, and when she caught them red-handed, they had offered her some. I asked her to be careful and told her that we would speak about that later in the day. She didn't turn up to our regular meet-up spot that evening. I was worried and went to her home, where I found her. She was high on weed, and her parents were yelling at her. The time she spent with me gradually reduced after that. One evening, I saw her entering that abandoned house all alone, and when I followed her, I saw her using a Ouija board along with her new friends. I left that place and returned home without letting her know. When I met her the next day and told her I was worried about her newfound friends, as they appeared shady, she got angry and told me that I was not her dad to interfere in her personal life. Our conversation reduced further after that, and we stopped talking eventually. I had to leave the town after securing admission to a good university. I got a call late in the evening from her, and I was excited, as it was over 6 months since we last spoke. When I answered the call, I heard her panting. She said she was being followed by a creepy old woman who was trying to kill her. When I asked her to inform her parents, she said, "I told them, Jord, but they're not able to see her and blame it on me using drugs." I asked her to go to a well-populated place and told her I'd come to meet her as soon as possible. I went to her house the next day and crashed that night, as I had travelled more than 250 miles. When I woke up, I saw her relieved face. She started crying and explained to me what was going through. One day, when they were playing with a Ouija board in that abandoned house I had mentioned earlier, one of her friends started to act weird. She was mumbling something in Latin, which was a language she actually didn't know. The board had apparently started to burn, and they had rushed out without closing the session the right way. After that incident, she had been seeing an old woman with a knife who was threatening to kill her. I first thought she was seeing all this because of her drug abuse and decided to stay with her and help her out. I requested a break from my studies at my university and stayed with her in her house after that. One night, when I was fast asleep, I heard someone knocking rapidly on the door of my room. When I opened it, I saw the pale, crying face of my friend. She pointed at her room and said that the old woman was in her room. When I went into her room along with her, I saw an old woman whose attire was from the 60s run at us with a knife. She magically disappeared when we closed our eyes. We were both scared to death and slept together in my room. When I spoke to her mum about what I had seen the next day, she laughed and asked me to joke early in the morning. None of our family believed in us, and we were left hopeless. We started seeing that ghost roam around the house in broad daylight, even in front of her family members, but no one else was able to see it. We started seeing "Leave her and save your life" scratched on my room door. And when we showed it to her parents, they got furious at us as they thought we were pulling a prank on them. It was a new moon night and we were in my room chatting about all the memories we had gathered. The clock struck 12 and we decided to sleep as it was already late. I woke up to nature's call, and when I opened my eyes, I saw a silhouette that was so tall that it hit the ceiling of the room, standing near my friend's side of the bed. It was staring at her with a knife in its hand. I tried shouting, but my voice didn't come out of my throat. I turned on the lights and the figure disappeared. I woke up my friend and asked her not to sleep until I came back from the toilet. I came back and told her what I saw. She wasn't too worried, as she was used to it by then. We decided to let the lights turn on the whole night and lay down to sleep again. In a while, the light started flickering and burst, which woke me up, but my friend was still sound asleep. The room was covered in darkness, and I saw that entity stand in the right corner of the room. It swiftly moved near me and whispered, "I warned you," in a creepy tone, and before I could react, moved to my friend's side. That entity sat on my friend's chest and disappeared. My friend woke up screaming and told me that her chest had a burning sensation. She asked me for some water to drink, and I ran to the kitchen to bring her some. When I went back into the room to give her the water she had asked for, she fell unconscious. I woke her parents up and we rushed her to the closest hospital. Her life parted away before we reached the hospital, and the doctor told us that she had a major heart attack and failed to survive it. It all happened during November 2017. I just graduated and decided to sign up for the school's annual graduation trip to Johor in Singapore. At the time,
Me and my homies subscribe to very dumb content on YouTube, such as the 3 a.m. challenges. When we arrived at the hotel at 10 p.m, me and my homies that were assigned to the same room decided to push through the fatigue and stay up till 12 a.m. to go explore the floor, or in other words, go ghost hunting. The hotel had already sketched me out when I saw the ancient looking lobby and witnessed the hotel workers warning us not to use the lifts, had to climb up to the 15th floor. Before the trip, we already knew that this establishment had a dark history of suicide cover-ups. For example, we heard rumours of a suicide on the 13th floor that caused a whole entire room to be sealed up. Okay, so it's 12 a.m. and only me and another friend decided to split up to explore both pathways of the current floor. We wanted to hang out in the lobby too, but unfortunately it was pitch black down there. Unsurprisingly, we saw nothing and proceeded back to our room for bedtime. Time would pass till 4 a.m, where I had a strong urge to pee and was shivering so badly from the cold. So I got up to go relieve myself, and right when I finished up and began to go back to sleep, I heard 3 awfully clear knocks on the front door. I know this was a dumb move, but yes, I fucking opened the damn door without looking at the peephole first at 4 a.m. I swear, if that was someone with malicious intent and not some paranormal shit, things would have turned out pretty bad. As expected, I didn't see anyone, so I just coerced myself that I was tired and probably still half dreaming. Turns out, I was wrong. As I turned back, it started again, but this time I looked through the peephole as my common sense started to return after realising that shit's about to go down. Again, nothing. I retraced my steps back to bed and tucked myself in while preparing mentally to just ignore the knocks. Another 3 knocks would arrive when I rested my head on the pillow. This time, I chose to not even give it a thought. The opposite happened. The knocks became louder and faster. They started to become bangs. It was at that moment I knew what I've been hunting has started to play with its food. I tried waking my friends up, but to no avail. Fucking ditched them when I got into high school thanks to this situation. They managed to continue sleeping while I was slapping them. And when something was trying to get into the room, I finally gained the courage to grab a chair nearby me and proceeded to stand guard at the front door. I would go on to pray while getting tormented by being outside until I passed out at around 6 a.m. Next morning, the whole squad was asking me if I sleepwalked, and I tried explaining to them what happened, but they wouldn't believe me. This pissed me off for half of the day, until my friends from another room called us over that night to play. That night scarred me for life. This was the night that we potentially saw a real-life possessed person. The teachers did not allow us to travel between rooms to meet our friends, so we had to sneak over there. While sneaking, we saw a woman wearing a pink baju kurung without tudung on the 13th floor when we looked down into the lobby. Her face was obscured by the floor ceiling. She was ramming her whole body into a random person's door. She was levitating, and before we went sneaking, the class group chat had messages regarding students seeing feet floating past the bottom of their room's front doors. Before we realised that she was levitating, we thought it was just some drunk bastard, but soon started questioning why a Muslim would even be drinking alcohol in the first place. We started recording the situation, and after 3 minutes of whatever that thing was banging, she burst into a sprint and dashed her way towards the lift lobby on the floor, which is a blind spot. We patiently waited till it decided to reappear, but before that, 2 Malay women walked past the lift lobby and headed straight to the room the thing was banging on. Halfway to the room, the thing in pink starts walking again instead of levitating behind them and follows them right into the room. After that, we tried running back to our room but realised it was locked from the inside, so we spent the night over in the room we had snuck over to. I still remember the panic that was instilled upon my parents that night when I texted them about it. They told me to delete the footage and kept asking me if I had the room entirely ritual correctly. To this day, I'm still tempted to return to the hotel, but my gut is telling me not to. Was it ghosts? Our imaginations? Mold? Guess I'll never know. I'd like to hear from other previous guests from this hotel. When I was about 3 to 5, I rarely spent time in my room and slept with my parents in theirs because my room scared me. Why it scared me, I don't remember. I just hated being in my room. It kind of creeped me out and still does. I just never felt safe. Of course, I had all my toys and belongings in the room, so I would have to occasionally go in there to get something. Note, the house was built in the 50s and owned by distant relatives that passed in the home. Both lived happy lives, but the wife was never able to have children. Like I said, I would have been around 3 or 5 when I was getting some Barbies out of the closet. The closet has sliding doors, and the room had 2 entrances. The left led to the guest bedroom and bathroom, which always gave me the creeps, and the living room through 2 swinging doors. The right led to a laundry room and a utility, which also scared me and gave me a bad feeling. There are certain areas of the house that I get bad feelings in, like something was in that corner or it was someone's corner. I was crouched at the closet when I remember I got a bad feeling and turned my head to look at the guest hallway, and the figure of a man stepped out of the wall directly in front of the door leading to my room. It was almost like he was made out of black static, just a black void, a shadow. I remember he was to the side, where I saw the fedora, a trench-like coat, even his dress shoes, and he also had a straight nose. I could see almost every detail on his face, but the 2D version, until he turned. I vaguely remember looking at him straight on, locking eyes with him, and his eyes were just straight red. No white, exactly. And I feel like he smiled at me and showed a row of white teeth. I shudder thinking of that instance. I remember how scared I was. I mean, a man just phased out of the wall. I never knew what that was until now. Has anyone else had an experience like this? I know he targets children and negative energies, which were present in the home at the time, parental arguments. But why did he target me? There's several ghosts I sense their presence of in my house. A Victorian couple named John William and Mariana Mary Roberts. Very kind and positive energies. A child that's extremely mischievous. The name Sally pops into mind for her. And a negative male entity that I want gone. Working on that. John and Mary are quite the positive entities. They show up when I'm doing a favourite activity. Reading, writing, listening to music. I can sense their presence in different rooms when they walk around. Usually together, but I've sensed them apart before. Last night, I sensed John next to the bed, just standing there and watching me. A little creepy, but I get the feeling that he was proud of me, which I had a hard day and treated myself to some self-care. I politely asked him to leave because that's the first time I had sensed him that close. They usually stand several feet away from me. I even felt the hairs on my arms rise and my body turned cold. When I asked him to leave politely, I very vaguely saw a transparent end of a coat sway and then disappear. John is about 5'8", I believe, with a brown curly mustache, circular glasses with a golden chain, possibly black dress coat with green somewhere in it, and brown shoes. I rarely sensed Mary, but she shows up when I'm reading, writing, etc. But I did hear her boots on the hardwood floor in the dining room. Mary is about 5'7"ish. I feel like she's a very tall woman. Brown hair and eyes, hair in a bun, purple, high-collared dress with a purple coat and black buttons, and black boots with golden buttons. I feel like she's a very intelligent and strict woman who only wants me to succeed in life. The child is very mischievous. I've heard her voice and heard her bare feet running past a bathroom door. The name Sally W. pops into mind for her. I feel like she's a dark, strawberry blonde-haired girl. Her hair is stringy, with blue eyes and a skinny frame. She wears a potato sack like from the Great Depression era, with several tan patches on it and dirty bare feet. I don't sense her all the time, but I also sensed her with John in the room, and I saw her outline for the very first time. I can't physically see their form, but I know what they look like in my mind. They present themselves as transparent or almost staticky. I can't always see them, but I sense their presence, like I know they're there. Last night was the first time I've seen a whitish transparency to them. Are they becoming more comfortable with me? I've known they were here since 2020 when I began researching things, but I'm more comfortable with them myself now knowing they are positive entities. About 12 years ago, my granddaughter and I were living together in a 2-bedroom apartment that was situated on the top floor of a huge apartment complex. My granddaughter was around 3 at the time. My youngest son had moved out months back, and so it was just me and her. My son was living about an hour away, and it was only the landlord and I that had a key to the place. My bedroom with a walk-in closet was in the back of the apartment. My bedroom was pretty small, so I decided to move my dresser in the walk-in closet to save some room in my bedroom. The dresser fit perfectly next to the only door leading into the closet. So much so that when you opened the door, it would almost scrape against the dresser. I don't remember where my granddaughter and I went, but when we came home, for whatever reason, I eventually went to the walk-in. The door was closed, which I didn't think much about. But when I went to open it, it opened about 4 inches and suddenly stopped. I was instantly scared. My first thought was, who was in there? I didn't have anything in my closet except the dresser I found myself presently looking at, the clothes that were hung up, and the row of books I had on the shelf that lined the top of my closet. I stood there frozen with my hand on the door, listening, trying to process the situation. I thought if it was a person, they would have said something by now. So I slowly started pushing the door while trying to squeeze my head between the dresser and the edge of the door to see what it was that was blocking the door. When there was finally enough room to see what was blocking the door, my head was reeling from what I was seeing. A stack of my books, about 1.5 feet high, was stacked perfectly against the door. You must remember that for one, there was only one way into my closet, and two, my dresser came to the edge of the door, and there was no room to squeeze the books between the dresser and the edge of the door to be stacked so close to the door. Putting some thought into it, I did come up with how someone could pull it off with a lot of effort and some cardboard. But who would think of such a thing or take the time to actually do it? I know I didn't do it, and I know my landlord wouldn't have done it, and no one else had a key to my place. Is it the scariest of stories? No. But it's exactly what happened, and it's real. 12 years later, I still don't have a rational reason for what happened, besides it being paranormal. So yesterday, I had a very strange experience. I was visiting my friend in Bristol, and it was time to leave. I was travelling to Norwich. I got on my train at Bristol Temple Meads at 3:35. This train took me to Birmingham New Street. Now, I'm going to preface here that I definitely 100% got off at Birmingham New Street station. I get quite anxious travelling by myself, so I'm hyper aware of where I need to change trains, etc. When I got off at Birmingham New Street, I went out the front of the station for some fresh air, and it said the words Birmingham New Street everywhere, so I'm absolutely certain that's where I was. My next train is the 5:22 to Cambridge at platform 10A. I had checked the platform earlier in the day. My friend in Bristol had checked the platform 5 minutes before I went to get this train, and I had checked the departure boards. I had also checked with one of the station staff that I was on the right platform, which I was. Around 5:18, I think, my train pulls in and I get on. The train before this had left at 5:12, I believe, and the next train wasn't for a little while. All to say that there were no other trains at the platform that I could have gotten on, other than the 5:22 to Cambridge. So I board my train. It's around a 2-hour journey until I get to where I need to be. I put my headphones on, listen to a podcast, and read some of my books. Consistently throughout the journey, I'm texting my boyfriend, my friend in Bristol, and my mum, so I know I didn't fall asleep at any point during the journey. 2 hours passed, and I should have been going through Peterborough, which is a few stops away from where I need to be. So I start making sure I'm ready to get off. I look out the window, and the city I see isn't Peterborough. Guess where I am? Birmingham New Street. I started looking at the journey tracker on Trainline, and it said my train should be in Peterborough. There's no updates anywhere about my train turning around and returning to Birmingham. I checked the time on the off chance I had fallen asleep, and somehow ended up back there. Nothing indicated that that was the case. I got off the train, back to Birmingham. I went outside the station, and lo and behold, it's the exact same station I had been at 2 hours before. I called my mum, very confused. She obviously assumed I got on the wrong train, but even if I had, I should have ended up back at Birmingham, so that doesn't explain it. I go and speak to the customer service staff, and they're completely baffled. In fact, they say exactly this to me. If a train from Birmingham had just turned around and come back, we'd know about it. That's not happened. Everyone assumes that I'm crazy, that I've made a mistake somewhere, but I haven't. I'm absolutely certain. Any ideas on what the hell happened? I'm completely baffled and pretty freaked out. I'm going to say it was summer about 1990. I lived in a small town in Pennsylvania. A friend and I were heading to the next town over, and we were taking a shortcut on a rural road. There were few houses on this road. We reached a stop sign, intending to turn right to head towards the main road. There was a house on our left. It was dark outside at the time, and we saw a strange pattern of lights above the house. We thought maybe they were having a get-together in the back, and what we were seeing was a sort of dance light, like the ball in a dance club. Haze and fog aren't uncommon, so we thought the light was just hitting low-hanging fog. The light pattern was ghostly pale, not bright at all. It consisted of a central round light surrounded by smaller circular round balls, smaller than the centre one. It was like 20 feet over the top of the house. The outer balls would rotate around the centre, slow to a stop, converge towards the centre ball, and then return to their former position and begin to rotate again. We sat there for about 2 minutes, watching, debating what it was. The owner must have seen us sitting at the stop, and they turned the porch light on and opened the front door. We just left at that point. As we reached the main road, we saw the light moving across the sky. It was dim, and the mountain terrain made it difficult to keep it in sight. We saw it off in the distance, not at a very high altitude, but a fair distance from us. We eventually lost sight of it as the road ran downhill. Never saw it again. To this day, I still have no idea what we saw. It didn't appear to be solid, but rather ghostly, glowing balls. We've told some friends what we saw, and of course we were laughed at. Still talk to my buddy. We're 1,200 miles apart now, but he remembers too. So this happened over a year ago, and it involves multiple counters. I'd love to hear your theories about what it could be. I'll preface this by saying I've never really believed in the supernatural, but I do know there's much about the world that we've yet to discover. My friends and I used to like to take long walks at night. Almost every night we'd go out into the city and explore parks big and small, or the streets of the city. One January night, it was extremely foggy, and we found ourselves in this very creepy park. We kept walking in the fog, making jokes and noticing strange marks on the ground, which seemed to be made by something weird, like a dog being dragged, but we made no note of it. I did take a picture though. A while later, I spotted something off the path. It looked like a signpost and decided to go to it. After further explanation, it turned out to be a tree, with a lamppost right next to it, which is why it seemed so distinctive. It wasn't a very impressive or creepy tree. It just looked like your run-of-the-mill, average young tree. However, it seemed to call to me, sort of. It felt sad, like I needed to be there for it and comfort it. My friends were calling to me, but I wasn't responding. All that mattered was me being there for this sad tree. After around 30 seconds, looking at my friends' scared faces, we decided to leave. It wasn't easy leaving that tree alone. I felt really sad, like I was abandoning it, but we had to go home at some point. This was my first encounter with the tree. Nothing happened for some time. I showed some other friends the tree during daytime and felt nothing. I later tried to take the girl I was dating at the time to the tree, also during the day, but I couldn't find it. We looked for an hour, and I felt that the tree did not want to be found that day. It was angry and disappointed. Some months later on, one of my friends from the first encounter and I decided to go again at night, but this time taking our very spiritual friend with us, who always said she has vibrations more in tune with supernatural entities. Just to note, this friend, not the spiritual one, never has any gut feelings, especially like that danger feeling you get sometimes. Anyway, we went to the tree, and I felt coldness from it. It wasn't happy. It wouldn't harm us, but it would not protect us if something did try to harm us. We heard a rustling sound from the path to the right of the tree, probably an animal or something. But then we all felt it at the same time, from the path on the left. Something was coming for us. It was something sinister. The patch was completely dark. My non-spiritual friend asked, "Do you guys feel that?" I replied, "Yep, something's coming." And the spiritual friend said, Yes, let's leave now." And we all hightailed it out of there. The spiritual friend said that we shouldn't go back to the tree and that it feels like some kind of portal is there, or a connection to something, or somewhere supernatural. The last encounter with the tree, we decided to go. The original 3 people from the first encounter, but this time taking my now girlfriend, whose mother had prophetic dreams, and was now also starting to have prophetic dreams. We got there, and the tree felt silent. Like it wasn't there anymore, but the place itself felt odd. My girlfriend felt unsafe, and we left. She also said that it felt like a portal and advised me never to go back and never mess with these things as they shouldn't be messed with. And that it's possible that the tree, or whatever entity is in or around the tree, is trying to lure me into helping. I haven't been back since. What's interesting is every time we went, I felt the need to research, to know, to find out what's up with this tree. This feeling always got fainter the further away from the tree I got, which is why I haven't shared the story until now. I'd love to know what you guys think about this. What could it be? I'm new to the field of healthcare, and I've been working in a nursing home for about 6 months now. I don't know if I necessarily believe in ghosts, but I definitely believe in energy. I've asked lots of my co-workers to share with me all their stories about our campus. I figure, so many people have died here over the years, there's bound to be stories. I've heard the garden variety, little girl visits residents before they're about to die, and cold spot on the 3rd floor near the elevator stories, but nothing that really scared me. One night, on a slow 3rd shift, me and a co-worker used that energy field TikTok filter to see if we could find ghosts in the dining room, and there were some creepy impressions on the chairs of residents who died. Around the time my first resident in hospice was dying, the nurse was going over the death procedures and report. A lot of us were new, so she was filling it as in. She told us to always speak to the body as if it could respond, even if they hadn't spoken in days, even if they were dead. We assumed that it was a sign of respect to the resident and family members that might be in the room. The nurse clarified that it was because they believed the body might still be able to hear us. I was surprised that the nurse would state something of such a subjective nature, but she went on to tell us that this is the stance that our company takes. As far as they're concerned, ghosts are real. It was strange to hear a company acknowledge the existence of ghosts. We were also told not to open the windows in a dying resident's room because it might go against the family's wishes. I asked for clarification, and the nurse explained that opening the window lets out the spirit, and sometimes the families want the spirit to hold on. She said that co-workers had even been written up for doing that before. I kept that in the back of my mind. Over the next few weeks, the resident on hospice deteriorated. They'd been bedbound for almost a month. We positioned them every 2 hours to reduce bed sores. Eventually, they stopped responding to cues. They hadn't eaten for more than a week. They were given a morphine drip for pain because they couldn't take it any other way, but they were still holding on. The family had been spending the entire month with them on shifts, and we kind of got the impression that the resident didn't want to pass in front of their family. The family went to visit the resident's wife's grave, and the nurse told us apparently they asked the spirit of the wife to return to the resident's room with them and give them permission to pass. They still held on, and the family all went home for the first night since they went on hospice. I had that resident's care for the night, and I briefly thought about opening the window. Since they were unable to follow cues, I had another co-worker assist me. I asked her if she'd ever opened a window on a residence, but she said no. But she told me a story of another co-worker of ours who had. Apparently, they spoke to the resident and told them it was okay to leave. Opened the window, left the room to put some towels on the wash, and when they came back, the resident was dead. I asked her if she thought we should, knowing we could get in trouble for it. After all, I'd been told about it with explicit directions not to. But we decided to open the window. I did it, and my co-worker spoke to the residents. I was surprised about how affectionately she spoke to them, because even when they were more active, none of us were particularly close with them. She told me the family loved them very much, and they'd taken care of and safe, that it was okay for them to let go, and we just didn't want them to be in pain anymore. We left the room for a moment, thinking they might want some privacy, and returned after about a minute. It was a cold night out, so we didn't want too much cold air to come into the room and actually harm the resident. They were still visibly breathing, so we shrugged and continued care. After we were done with the room, I continued about my night. Not an hour later, the nurse told us that they'd passed. I still don't know what I believe, but it was wild for my company to take such a strong position on ghosts, and then for their specific lore to be backed up in real life. I guess ghosts can't go through walls. I'll set the scene first, since it's necessary to explain how I do not believe what I saw was a living person. Our nursing home is basically one giant hallway with many rooms on both sides. I was exiting one resident's room after completing care very late at night, about 10:30 p.m. After 8 p.m, half of the fluorescent lights shut off, so the end of the hallway was very dark. I was near the end of the building, with only 2 rooms to the right of me, and the rest of the building to my left. After care is completed, you're supposed to shut the resident's door, and since most people like to go to bed earlier than the room I was in, all of the doors were already shut. All of the doors are fireproof rated for up to 1.5 hours, so they're very large and heavy doors. It's quite difficult to shut them without making a sound, and we often have residents yell at us if we accidentally slam the doors too hard. They also have a tendency of closing on their own and not staying propped open. With it being so late, most of the second shift had already left for the night. It was only me and 2 other PCAs on that side of the building, and I knew the relative location of each one. As I was maybe about 5 feet from the door, I saw something walk in front of it in the hallway, pacing from left to right at a medium pace. They were about 5 foot in height, hunched over, and looked to be wearing dark blue. As the hallway was so dark, I couldn't make out their faces or any details. Nothing struck me as off about the encounter at first. I simply thought it was a co-worker, because one of us was wearing dark blue scrubs that night. As soon as they passed by the door, I rushed up to it and peeked my head out to see who it was, out of curiosity, but there was no one there. The end of the hall is directly to my right, so there was nowhere they could have gone. All of the doors to the other rooms were closed, and they couldn't have ducked into a room and shut the door that quietly, or quickly. They simply walked past the door and disappeared. I felt very shaken up, but didn't say anything and went about my night, trying to find some kind of rational explanation for what had happened. Later on, my supervisor came up to me with wide eyes and told me she'd felt something. I still hadn't told her what I saw. Basically, She'd gone into one of the rooms on the right of where I saw the apparition a while after I'd finished care, and she felt like someone was staring at her the whole time, to the extent she kept turning around to see if someone was there. This particular room is the last room in the hallway, and has the rare feature of having 2 exterior walls, being on the corner of the building. Twice as many windows as the other rooms. I shared with her what I saw. We were pretty spooked out, so we stayed close together for the rest of the night. Around that same time, the resident in between the room where I saw the apparition and where my supervisor felt like she was being watched started to decline and eventually passed away. Before his death, he'd tell us he saw his late wife watching him from outside of his window. This was a few years ago now, and went on for a year or so. We went on over to Edinburgh and went on the dungeon tour. We get brought to the most haunted part of the dungeons. Dark chamber, not too big, and with a stone circle in the middle. And they turn the lights off. Now to be fair, we're all primed and ready to be spooked with the stories, etc. They turn the lights off, and from across the darkness of the room, I see a malicious face appear and slowly, almost jauntily float over and pull up right into my face. It's going back and forth and seems to be mocking me and laughing at me, staying really close to my face. I feel like he's actively trying to intimidate me. It goes on for long enough that I'm starting to panic a bit, but I don't want to show it that I'm panicking. Thankfully, one of the other tourists touched off another. They screamed and the lights got turned back on. Genuinely, I didn't think much of it, because I'd be skeptical enough, but was pretty freaked out. A few months passed and I ended up moving into a house with friends. On the landing, whatever way the lights in the house worked, we'd often be in the dark going up to our bedrooms. And on that landing, when completely dark and alone, I'd see that face again, maybe 5 or 6 times. He'd always try to stop me getting to my room and always appear right at the top of the stairs. I don't know if it's relevant, but I always felt safe in my room and that nothing would enter without being specifically allowed. We had some other weird things in that house. An old woman was seen by different people in the corner of the sitting room, and I was sure I saw her looking down on someone staying on our couches. Also, the coldest house in existence. Haven't seen that face in a while, but it's always stuck with me. Think Evil Dead, Book of the Dead mixed with a devil gentleman. Does that ring any bells with anyone? Sound like anything specific? So this happened about 10 or so years ago, but still freaks me and my mom out to this day. Some context. When my mom was in high school, she had this best friend that we'll call Emily. She and Emily were super close, even when my mom moved to the next province over. They kept in touch and talked a lot. Emily has this shitty boyfriend that my mom doesn't really talk about. All I know about him is what he did. On Valentine's Day, a few years before I was born, and a couple years after my mom and Emily graduated, Emily's boyfriend murdered her and then killed himself. Mum's never told me much about the murder-suicide aside from that, and I've never pressed her for details. So here's where the paranormal stuff comes in. For graduation, Emily bought my mom these 2 antique candle holders. After we'd moved out of my dad's house, my mom always kept them on top of the TV. We had one of those really old ones that was super thick. The house was small, and there was an actual dining room, so my mom just stuck our little table in a corner of the living room, behind the couch. One Valentine's Day, we were eating dinner at the table, and I was about 7. I asked my mom how she was doing, because obviously Valentine's Day is really hard for her. She starts talking about Emily and just saying how much she misses her, and I shit you not, one of the candle holders flies off the TV and absolutely shatters all over the shag carpet. This is weird, because obviously we were across the room, and no one was even near the candle holder. And when I say shattered, I really mean it. We had this soft, fluffy shag carpet, and it'd be really difficult to get anything to shatter on it, even if you chucked it. So anyways, my mum played it off because 7-year-old me was obviously freaked out. but we still talk about it sometimes, and my mom likes to think it was just Emily, letting her know she's still around and just wanted to say hi. So when this was going on, I was living in a 3-story house. The 3 bedrooms in the house were on the top floor, and mine was the room closest to the stairs. Almost every night, for as far back as I can remember, when I looked out the doorway of my bedroom, I could see a shadow of a humanoid figure walking up the stairs, frozen in place. It had long arms and legs and would always freak me out. Slowly, over about a year, the shadow inched its way further up a step. Only 1 step. I would tell my mom and dad about the walking shadows, but they would dismiss it as the shadow of the stair banister. I remember one time late at night, it must have been 1 or 2 a.m, when I finally noticed how close the shadow was to getting to my room, and I absolutely freaked out. I started loudly pleading with the shadow and begging it to not just hurt my favourite stuffed animal, and to take anything else but my favourite stuffed animal. I was so loud, I woke up my parents, who tried to calm me down for the rest of the night. They never even looked in the direction of the shadow. They continued to blame the shadow on the banister, but last time I checked, the banister did not look humanoid and definitely didn't move. When I was 6, my parents divorced, but my dad didn't sell the house. Now it was just me and him in this sizable 3-story house. My dad got partial custody of me, so I was at this house every Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, as well as every other weekend. And every night I spent at his house was torture. The walking shadows continued to appear in the night. Then, when I was about 8 years old, they went away for a couple months. They stopped appearing at night and I finally felt at peace. That was the quiet before the storm. During these couple months, my dad gave me these wonderful news that we were moving. Shortly after, whatever the thing that was part of the walking shadows decided to come back from its little vacation. Instead of the shadows, however, it was now a little more present. Now at night, you could hear pots and pans banging around the kitchen on the 1st floor, almost like someone was loudly and clumsily trying to make a 3-course meal. My father suffers from sleep apnea and used to sleep with a loud machine, so he never heard any of it, but I would hear it every night I slept over. Then we moved, and everything was fine for about a year or so. Then I would start to hear the pots and pans again. That went on for a couple months. Then I started getting night terrors. I was in the 6th grade at this point, and the lack of sleep became so bad that during recess, I would sleep on the bench outside, if only to get 5 minutes of needed sleep. It also showed in my grades, as I fell asleep in my math class often. It was my first class of the day, and ended up with a D as the final grade for that year. I remember one night in particular, and I'll never forget this. I felt a weight sit on my legs that I knew wasn't my dad. The weight stayed on my legs for about 5 minutes, and then was gone. I didn't dare open my eyes during those 5 minutes, terrified of what I may or may not see. I didn't fall back asleep that night either. One other time, and I don't think I could ever forget this night either, I was in the 7th grade, about 12 years old, and I had to use the bathroom that night. So like any normal person, I got up and went down the hallway to use the bathroom. When I was done, I went to leave, and as I reached for the handle of the door, suddenly there was a violent banging at the door. A banging that I know my father would never do, as he would yell at me for doing something like that. I had been groggy, but that banging certainly woke me up. I stayed in that bathroom for another 30 minutes after the banging ended. Then, I opened the door of the bathroom quickly and made a run for it down the hallway towards my room. I got to my room quickly, flipped on the light, and practically slammed the door. I don't know how important this is, but I can tell you that I saw the same walking shadows on the floor in front of my doorway as I was closing the door. I stayed awake for another hour or so, but the fact being that I was 12 and already sleep deprived, I soon turned off the light and went back to sleep. I had a horrible nightmare that I can't really remember, but I remember the fear. The worst part was right before I woke up. That's the part I most definitely do remember. In the dream, I was in my room in the dark, and all of a sudden, that same violent banging that I had dealt with in the bathroom, I was now experiencing against my bedroom door. And one of the worst aspects was that this time, my father's voice accompanied it, yelling, pleading for me to open the door. Then I jolted awake. It's been years since then, but nothing that extreme has happened. I still get nightmares, but nothing like that. God, I hope to never experience any of that situation again. To be entirely honest, I've never written this entire experience out before, and doing so shakes me up a little. And as cheesy as it sounds, while writing this, I've teared up several times. I believe what I've seen, felt, and heard, and have nothing but fear towards these memories. My ex had an Iron Cross Nazi World War II medal stored in his basement. A relative of his in World War II took it off a Nazi he killed, then passed it down to him. Why he kept it for so long? Maybe to honour his relative who killed the Nazi? I do not know. My ex isn't racist and insisted he does not support what they did, but kept it. He took it out from a case buried in his basement and put it in his closet, hoping to pawn it. I was there and, oh my god, it awoke something. Nothing had ever happened when it was in the case. I assure you, we were all wide awake and blind stinking sober. We could see a very angry face and shoulders emerge from the closet and just glare at us. His eye colour changing from bright blue to jet black. I'm indigenous, so I think he was mad that a person of colour was still alive and around. This affected me more than him. I kept seeing this angry face just float towards me every time I went into his bedroom, even in daylight. I would just freeze up and stare back, almost hypnotised. One night, we were watching TV, and we both felt like somebody threw hot water on us. We jumped up screaming in pain. Felt wet, then it immediately became nothing. The wetness disappeared and we were dry. My ex insisted we sleep downstairs and promised he wouldn't follow us. I asked, "How do you know?" I had horrid closed-eye visions that night trying to sleep, but I assured myself I was not sleeping. Being gassed in the gas chamber and seeing children being murdered in the most horrific, disturbing way. I started screaming and crying, gasping for air too. I begged to get rid of it or else we were done. We went to the nearest city to pawn it. He said he doesn't support what they did to the employees. Most of them refused to take it. Some immediately backed into the back rooms. Finally someone took it saying, "This isn't good, but some psycho might buy it." The scarier visions and hauntings stopped completely afterwards. He refused to talk about it. I'll never forget that. It was my first haunting, but it was so intense and scary I won't forget. Nothing will convince me this wasn't real. I was requested to tell my dad's ghost stories and experiences. Ever since he was little, he's always seen them. Anytime, anywhere. He doesn't really like telling us, his children, what he sees, because he thinks we might get scared. So he's only always told my mom what he sees. I only know of a few stories, told to us by my mom. First story. My parents were waiting at a drive-thru at Tim Hortons. My dad was in the driver's seat when all of a sudden he started screaming while looking at his driver's window. My mum, of course, was startled and asked what was wrong. My dad said a man or woman appeared just outside his driver's side, but the person looked like he or she was in an accident and passed. Apparently, the person was all bloody and it just disappeared. Second story. When my dad was little, he was an altar boy for many years in the Philippines. One day, my dad was just cleaning near the pews when suddenly he could see a bunch of souls kneeling on the pews, praying and begging God for forgiveness. My dad said they all looked like they were in pain and agony. Third story. My parents attend this thing called Lord of Pardon. This is when people would go to random people's houses to pray every weekend or something. At the time of the prayer, the owner of the house would have 3 statues: Jesus on the cross, Mother Mary, and Santonino, baby Jesus. Whenever the prayer was done, the 3 statues would go to a new house who needs prayers. It could be a prayer for anything. If a family member passes, the group would bring it there in time of need. Anything. Anyway, my parents' friends texted my dad, asking if they wanted to come to the house to pray. My dad said sure, so they went to the house. They were praying in a row when all of a sudden my dad fell and created a domino effect, so everyone ended up falling. My mom, who was beside him, was like, "What the hell?" and looked at my dad, and his eyes were still shut so hard. My mom thought that was kind of weird, so right after the prayer, the owner offered food and drinks, and my mom started eating and talking to people. My dad was talking to the owner when suddenly my dad wanted to leave the house. My mom was like, okay, so she left with him. He told her that while they were praying, he heard someone behind him mumbling, almost like praying with them, but he couldn't make up the words. That person behind him pushed him, and he opened his eyes for a split second, and it was an old woman who pushed him to go in front of my dad, who was near the statues. He said she turned around and my dad saw her face. He said she looked so angry, and that's when he shut his eyes because he was terrified. So when the prayer was over, he was talking to the owner of the house, and my dad was like, "Oh, where's your wife?" And the owner said, "Oh, she's the person we're paying for today because she just passed away recently." And he pointed at a photo, and it was the exact same woman who he saw was praying behind him. 4th story. My dad's job requires going to his clients' houses. One time, he was sitting in his client's living room, and he saw an old woman just smiling at him at the stairs across the room, and just slowly went back up the stairs. My dad asked the owner, "Oh, is that your mother?" And the owner looked confused, and he's like, "Oh, my mom passed away already. I live alone." My dad, of course, didn't want to say anything, so he just said, "Oh, okay, never mind." My dad said it seems like she's always just there watching over him because he sensed that she's a good soul. 5th story. This happened about a year ago. My dad's job required him to move to a different province. My mom stayed with us for a bit while my dad moved out first. He was renting a townhouse for just a few months. One night, I got a few missed calls at like 12 a.m. from my dad. And I'm like, why is he calling me so much? So I called because I had a weird feeling. He picks up and starts whispering, "I'm in my room, but I see someone downstairs, and now it's moving furniture around. And I can see its shadow walking back and forth underneath my bedroom door. I tried calling your mom and your siblings, but they're not picking up their phones. I'm scared." I've never heard my dad scared like that before. He kept asking me, "Did you hear that?" He was talking about chairs moving and he was shit scared. I felt so bad because he was all alone. So I eventually got hold of my mom with a three-way call. After that incident, he got fed up and went to someone we know who's a spiritual healer. He asked her to remove his 3rd eye. And successfully, she was able to lessen the activity. But my dad still hears things he doesn't really see as often as before, which is better than seeing them every day. Quick catch up. Kitchen cabinets open, door connecting the master bedroom and the guest bedroom kept opening, pulled toes, dog staring at something that's not there, etc. We got an obsidian and had a specialist come and check it out. There's a 3rd bedroom on our side that the landlords use as storage. There's a balcony in the back and a lock on our side of the door. It's like a hoarder lives there. A lot of that shit needs to be tossed. Old stuff that will never be used for anything. Modern baby things, they don't have kids. Specialist said whatever is here is attached to something in that room and it's keeping the rest of the spirits here. Well, about 2 weeks ago, our obsidian broke. I didn't find out until yesterday and it explains a lot. Here are the new things. I was in the bathroom and saw my husband walk by to go downstairs. Stairs creaked in all the right places. I was going to bed and he was in the bedroom. Stairs are old and steep. Everyone trips or falls on them. We put up a sign to be careful. Sign fell. I had to zip tie it on either end of the banister until my husband could hang the shelf. Zip ties were ripped out. Friends are hearing full conversations while they're in the bathroom. Bathroom is right next to the storage room, by the way. Then they find out nobody was in the house. We'd been on the porch the whole time. This one got me today. I was downstairs with the dog falling into her nap trap. When she sleeps, it's like you can't fight it and you fall asleep too. I was fully awake at the time, just waiting for heavy eyes, and it sounded like something was riding our desk chair around the guest room. It was loud and went on for about 5 minutes. It was weird because it sounded right on top of me, not on the neighbour's side. I wanted to make sure it wasn't him, so I texted. He wasn't moving anything. He said it must be the ghost. Yes, they experience things too. My friend is getting me another obsidian tomorrow. It's just wild and happening all the time now. It mimics my husband and only messes with me and other females. One thing to cover quickly. My husband does not handle these things well. He doesn't know how to protect me or fight something like this, so it really freaks me out. He's a Cajun from Homer. Voodoo priestesses and priests live down there. Cajuns don't mess around or play with things like this. Advice to reduce activity is welcome. Saging has not worked. Well, to keep the house from chaos, I put an obsidian by the storage room where it's contained. It's still in the little baggie with instructions. The last one broke. Thought that might be better. Our Roomba picked it up, and I didn't know until I went to clean out the Roomba. If the obsidian is moved for even a moment, I'll have a week of nonsense. First thing to happen is the door separating the dining room to the foyer. It's a normal doorway. It used to hang loose. I'm talking, we couldn't even keep it closed properly. It would always be ajar to some degree. I was chilling with my dog watching TV. Living room is opposite the dining room from the door. We both hear this bang on the door, shrug it off like an old house noise. When I went to get water, it was like someone had hit the top of the door. The door drags on the bottom frame now. Not a huge deal, but someone would have to be crazy strong to do that. Second one was last night. My husband went to take the dog out. I went to the bathroom to get more drinks. Later on, the dog wants to play laser, so I'm looking for it, and my hand lands on a nice little pile of 3 dog cookie treats. I pick them up and ask my husband why there's a stack of cookies. He's just as clueless as I am. Then he said the jar was open when he got back from taking the dog out. I gave the cookies to the dog. For background, my family is very religious, and I grew up in an extremely religious environment. Basically, my entire childhood, I never felt like I was alone. As long as I can remember, I felt like there was someone, I guess, lurking or hiding somewhere. I'd be scared to walk into rooms because I felt like there was someone in there. I was apprehensive to look out the windows, especially in the upstairs bathroom, which looked out over a big empty field. I hated being out at night because I always felt like I was being followed, even if I was with other people. I didn't feel safe. Sometimes I got this really strong feeling that someone was standing right behind me, like breathing down my neck close. To the point I was scared to turn around or look at anything reflective in case there was something there. There never was. And when I say they scared in this case, I mean stiff muscles, hair standing up scared. I genuinely felt like someone was right there. My parents always put it down to an overactive imagination, and so did I to a point. We moved house back in 2016, and nothing changed, so it's not like our old house was haunted, so it must just be me, right? Here's the thing. Around 2018, I moved out of my parents' house and also left their religion. I've not had this feeling since. I'm not scared to go out at night, to be alone, whatever. I actually feel like I'm alone now. I've had mental health checks and never had anything raised that could cause this. Just some background info. About 5 years ago, I moved into a house that's owned by my grandparents. My great aunt lived before I did, and passed away of breast cancer about a month or 2 before I moved in. Now, she didn't die in the house, she died at the hospital, and both my grandparents are still living. Since moving in, I'm not sure if what I'm seeing is real or if it's just my imagination. I can literally feel myself being stared at when I'm home alone. But when I look around, nobody is there. I felt cold breezes pass by me when I'm cooking. It's a small kitchen, so it gets hot when anybody cooks in there. But the weirdest part is my son. About 2 or 3 years ago, I suffered 2 miscarriages. I'd hear my son playing in his room and having conversations. He was an only child at the time. One day, I got curious and asked him who he was talking to, and he told me that he was playing with his brother and sister. I asked him how he knew they were his brother and sister, and he said that they told me who they were. It gave me chills, but I brushed it off. Then one day, he came to me randomly and said that he won't be playing with his brother and sister anymore, because his new sister is on the way. Now at the time I just brushed it off, because me and my fiancée weren't trying for any more kids, since we had 2 miscarriages back to back. But lo and behold, a month later, I found out I was pregnant again, eventually finding out I was having a girl. Blew my mind that my son knew anything before I did. That was over 2 years ago. Now, I've learned to live with whatever is happening. I thought it's my aunt who passed away, because on top of the feeling of being stared at, spices would fall off the shelf when nobody was in the kitchen. More so thrown instead of just falling. And I would say, "Hi, Auntie," and let it go. But I'm really worried about what's happening lately. 2 days ago, my fiancé woke up out of his sleep, thinking our daughter was tugging at his leg, trying to get in bed with us. But when I woke up after hearing him talking, I turned my flash on my phone and our daughter was in her bed sleeping. My dogs have also been barking and whining at the wall and hallway, when there's nothing there. Not to mention, I've heard footsteps that I thought was my son playing, but he was in bed sleeping. Being woken up from my sleep, feeling something touching me, but nothing was there. I've tried to sage the house, put black salt around the house and prayed. But whatever or whoever it is, isn't going anywhere. Is there any help that I can get? There's about 25-ish years of history here. Keep in mind, I completely forgot about some of the things I mentioned in this post, but they recently crossed my mind, since my most recent experience was about 3 weeks ago. I'm really looking to get insight on the situation. Just want to hear a different perspective from someone. Is this paranormal, or is there more to it? I've looked up the house history already, and found nothing. I moved back to my childhood home about 3 years ago, due to hardships. I'm married to my husband now, and we have 3 children. Backstory. My parents, brother and myself had moved to this house when I was 3 years old, and I lived here until I moved in with my boyfriend, now my husband, when I was 22. Let me say, growing up, these hauntings became pretty normal. I'd always say, "Oh, it's just a ghost," when we heard weird things. I guess I would say it jokingly as a defense mechanism, but we heard the occasional footsteps or some voices, or I guess more like mimicking. The usual tapping or knocking, TV turning on, even had a music box turn on randomly. As a child, I'd have night terrors. I'd have distinct recurring dreams on a nightly basis, and my parents actually had a baby monitor in my room, so they could listen if I was screaming or crying in my sleep. It happened numerous times where I'd wake up to them trying to wake me up, but I have no memory of the screaming or anything. These instances happened for years until they just stopped. I was probably around 8 to 10 when it stopped. Flash forward to high school, and they start up again. Not the night terrors, but I would hear footsteps when no one else was home. One day, I was taking a shower, and I heard my mom announce she was home. But in actuality, she didn't come home for another hour, when she actually announced she was home. Like everything else, I brushed it off. I moved to my brother's room around this time since it was a larger room, and he was living in another town. Since the first night in this room, there were always footsteps in the ceiling between 1 and 4 a.m. It became so normal, I slept with the TV on to drown out the footsteps, so I could sleep. So flash forward to now. My kids are aged 9, 3, and 1. About a year and a half ago, before my last baby was born, we had a couple of things happen to my now middle child. We had her bed next to ours, and she had her tablet before bed to wind down. One week, she started looking up at the ceiling and talking to it, and at first we didn't think much of it. The next day she started laughing at the ceiling. I thought it was weird, but brushed it off. On the third day, she was showing the ceiling her tablet and laughing. I thought whatever it is, it's not scaring her, so maybe it's a good spirit. Day 4 comes around and she's showing the ceiling her tablet again and not laughing. And out of nowhere, she starts crying. She was 2 and really couldn't communicate what was wrong. I woke up my husband immediately and he said a whole prayer for her, and she was good after that. Nothing really happened after that until just recently. Let me say, I hear things a lot, so I usually look for others' reactions before I act on something. About 3 weeks ago, my middle child decided to sleep in her grandparents' room. It was about 11 p.m, and I heard my middle child's voice say, "Mom," and my door cracked open. So I thought she had just come to get something but changed her mind, since the door wasn't fully open. So I thought it was weird, but tried to get some sleep anyway. Turns out my husband heard her voice too, and he asked what she wanted. So since he heard her too, I was like, I'd better get up and see what she needed. As I'm walking to my kids' room, my oldest was just walking out of the restroom back to their room. And I asked if she heard her sister. She said yes. I heard her say oldest child's name and run down the hallway. So 3 of us heard her at the same time. So I walk around the house looking for her with no luck. I go to my parents' room and sure enough, she's sound asleep. We all just heard her voice at the same time and thought she was up. I go back to bed with my husband and I tell him our middle child was sound asleep the whole time. He made a face, just for shits and giggles. I asked him what he heard and he heard her voice. He said he couldn't make out what she said, but he heard it by the window. So at this point, I inform him that we all heard the same voice, but all heard different things. I then told him about how I was a little freaked out, and how it's bringing back memories from when I was a kid. The look on his face at this point was shocking. I guess my normal childhood at this house was a little too spooky for him. So the next day, my oldest child and I brought this up to my mom. She said a super long prayer with me, and as she finished, our locked back door opened by itself. We didn't notice until she went to finish feeding her tortoises and asked if I opened the back door. We checked the door and it was still locked. So we're assuming whatever it was left. We haven't had anything else happen since. Could it really be gone? Or could it come back? Is this paranormal? Or could there be other entities? This experience happened to me a couple years ago, and I never found an explanation for it. However, my dad recently found someone on Reddit with a very similar story to mine that happened around the same time and same area. I reached out to that person, and they said I was the 5th person to reach out that has experienced something similar. So I figured I'd share my story here and see if anyone else has experienced this. Here's what happened to me 2 years ago. Some friends and I had gone camping up a canyon in Utah. This was in 2020. Some creepy stuff had happened earlier in the night before I made it to the campground. So we were trying to relax, wind down, and have some fun like we'd planned. We were in high school at this point, so we were doing stupid games like Truth or Dare and whatnot. It was me, 4 friends, and our friend's dog. There was only one other group somewhat close to us, a couple and their dog, who set up their tent a few yards away from us. They weren't close enough to interact with us at all. My friends and I were staying up and talking and laughing, etc., when at some point it sounded like someone's car alarm went off, maybe 5 or 10 miles up the canyon. The next campsite was pretty far away from ours. We didn't question the sound and went about talking, until we noticed that the sound had gotten noticeably closer. It happened gradually, so we didn't notice until it sounded like it was just a few yards away. The noisier we were, the closer it would get to us. As we whispered amongst ourselves about what could be making the sound, it came closer and closer. Finally, the noise was literally just outside our tent, mere inches away from us. None of us dared speak or move an inch, in fear of compromising our safety. When we became quiet, so did the noise. After we were dead silent for a few minutes, the noise started up again and began to once again grow further away, until it sounded like it was 10 miles away again. This happened in the span of 10 or 20 seconds. As the night went on, we would hear the noise travel around from campsite to campsite in almost no time at all. It didn't go away until about 3 a.m. We tried to stay quiet for the rest of the night. Now, whatever made the sound travelled the span of roughly 5 to 10 miles in 5 to 10 minutes. That's a whole mile per minute. It wasn't a vehicle because there were no engine sounds with it and no headlights. It wasn't a human because there was not a single footstep or twig crunch, even when it was right outside of our tent. It made zero noise aside from the beeping. It didn't sound like any animal any of us knew about, and it travelled way too fast and was much too loud to be any animal. Here's some other important details. We originally thought the sound was either a vehicle or a machine of some kind because of the consistent pattern of the beeping. However, when we stopped to listen to it for a while, there was a brief moment when the pattern got slightly off tempo, but it sounded accidental and quickly got back to the beat afterwards. This led us to believe that something was imitating the sound of a machine or vehicle. We considered everything from nocturnal birds to pranksters with an air horn. Nothing added up. We ended up waking up the next morning at 5 a.m. to pack up and leave. The other campers who were sleeping a few yards away from us were already completely gone by the time we were getting up. This leads us to believe that whatever was messing with us that night had messed with them pretty bad too. I wish we could have seen our friend's dog's reaction to what happened, but he had already fallen asleep by 8 or 9 p.m, long before the beeping started. I recently got together with those same friends that I camped with back then and brought up what happened that night. One of my friends said that when the rest of us fell asleep, the same thing happened again. But instead of a car alarm, the sound was a baby crying, travelling at the same speed and distance as before. And according to her, it circled our tent a few times before fading again. The people camping closest to us did not have a baby. Not 100% about this detail, because I don't remember her telling us about it up until last week, and the experience happened 2 years ago, so it may have been a misremembered detail. But then again, I was asleep when it supposedly happened. Another notable detail is that we were less than 50 miles away from Skinwalker Ranch. Anyone have any ideas of what this could be? Or who have had similar experiences? Anything will help. So this could be something or nothing. It happened a long time ago in 2004, but it's stuck with me all this time. I was at a college house party in 2004 with a load of friends at his parents' house who were away on holiday. This happened in a quiet village in the south of England. Everyone was having a great time in the small cottage in the national forest, though eventually it escalated into a very big shindig with lots of people we didn't know. In the end, the police were called when some older lads who no one knew started breaking out the Class A drugs on the dining table, as well as a mixing deck, and it all got a bit overtaken by random people. At this party was a guy who I'll call H. He was in my year at school. I didn't know much about him, but he was one of the bad boys, always in trouble. But I never had any issues with him. I didn't even speak to him at the party. Anyway, after lots of drinking, and with only a few people left, I headed upstairs to stay in my mate's little sister's vacant room. Fell asleep in a sleeping bag on the floor. And so I dreamed that I was on a cobbled street at sunrise. On the left was old terraced housing like you see in northern England. To the right, there was a large area of open shrubland, fenced off with a chain-link fence. In front of me, I could see maybe 60 meters down the road, but the sun was low and so blindingly bright. I couldn't see the end of the street at all, just the sun on the horizon. It felt very peaceful and refreshing, as a sunrise does. No one was around.
As I'm standing there, I notice a little boy loitering by the chain link fence, perhaps 6 or 7 years old. He was crying and incredibly upset. With no one around, I thought I should go make sure he was okay. I asked him if he was alright and what he was doing here at this time of day on his own. He was still sobbing, and he said that he had to go down there, pointing down the road towards the sun, but that he didn't want to go on his own because he was scared and that he wasn't ready to go yet. At this point, he started crying even harder. So not really knowing what to do, I said to him, "Hold my hand, mate. There's nothing to be scared of. We'll walk down the road together. You'll all be okay. We'll just have a little walk, that's all. Would that make you feel less frightened?" He settled down a bit and stopped crying, just sniffling a bit. He looked up and nodded, so I took his hand and we started walking towards the sun at the end of the road together. It's very peaceful, and after a minute or two, he's now calm, but still solemn. We get so far down the road and he stops, turns to me and says, "I think I'm ready to go now. You don't need to walk any further with me." At which point he lets go of my hand and I watch him walk towards the sunrise. I don't really remember saying anything to him, just nodding and letting him walk away. I was waiting to see what happened when he got there, or at least make sure he was okay until he got out of sight. But then I felt a kick on my leg. My friend had come into the room I was sleeping in and woke me up in the dream. He wanted a drunk chat. Made some comment to him like, "Man, you just woke me up from the weirdest dream." Cut to the next morning. 4 of us wake up hungover. Everyone else is gone, and we decide to have a fry-up for breakfast. 2 of my mates walk a short distance into town to get eggs, bacon, beans, bread, etc. And my other mate and I get in the hot tub and chat about the party. Half an hour later, the 2 friends come back looking a bit off. "So, what's up with you 2? "H is dead." "What?" Well, it turns out H had died the night before, after leaving the party to get more drugs. Driving under the influence, lost control of his car and hit a telephone pole. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt and was ejected through the windscreen, where he lay for a while and eventually passed away. He was 17. Anyways, my dream would have happened around the same time H died that night. And I always wondered if my dream helping that distraught little boy was actually H, and I was kind of helping him to cross over. Sounds lame. I'm not a believer per se in things like that, but it was such a vivid and strange dream. Italy. It was 2013, I was 14. Waiting for my mom to come pick me up at my grandma's house. It was like 10 p.m. in winter. I live in an important and populated city, but I don't know why. There wasn't anyone around at the moment. My grandma was looking at the window. "Hey, come here, look," she said to me, laughing. I looked out the open window and I saw in the sky a giant UFO. Flying saucer. Same as the ones you see in the movies. It was up in the sky, but so big, like the size of the building in front of my grandma's. But it was far, far away, so I kind of thought it was something big as a flying city. My grandma was laughing. "Haha, they came to say hello." Well, I was shitting myself. I was so shocked by her reaction. She was amused. A woman in her 80s, not scared at all. It was so big, shaped as you could imagine. A sort of dome on the top and a row of lights in a semicircle on the bottom, which lit up the clouds in front of it. I had a smartphone. I thought I could take a photo, but I was so scared. I thought, do I want this responsibility? In my mind, there were thoughts like, this is too much. What if something happens to me if I take a picture? What if they get angry? It would have been something so clear. How could my life change? So I didn't. And actually, if it would happen now that I'm 23, I wouldn't do it anyway. Anyway, I told her, scared, to close the window and not look at it anymore. I called my mom, 15 minutes after she picked me up. In the sky there was anything no more. But the clouds were so fucking weird. I don't know how to explain this. They were low, so visible and distinct from each other, and so little. My mom believed me, saying that in the past she saw something similar. My stepfather, a skeptic, made fun of me. I spoke with my friends living in the same area. No one saw what me and my grandma saw. My grandma isn't here anymore, so I'm the only one alive that saw anything, and I don't have evidence of it. Some people believe me, others don't. And actually, that's okay for me, because this fucking scared and still scares me. I've experienced some weird things in events that look paranormal. Things like my PC monitor turning itself on in the middle of the night and such. But this is always very sketchy because it could just be an electronic problem or something. Never a confirmation that the paranormal exists. But what happened to me on one night a couple of years ago confirms to me without a doubt that something paranormal happened right there and then. I was around 16 years old at the time. It was around midnight or 1 a.m. and I was laying in bed ready to sleep, but wasn't very sleepy. So I decided to go watch some anime until I got sleepy, instead of rolling around the bed for 2 hours. I got up and went to the living room. I got to the living room, turned on the ceiling light, closed the door, and sat and laid on the couch to watch anime on my phone. The position I was sitting on made me have my back facing the middle of the living room, where the ceiling lamp that illuminated the whole living room as day was. I watched 3 to 4 episodes of an anime, around 1 hour and 15 minutes, straight. And I remember vividly of not doing anything else or looking anywhere else in the living room. I'm also still yet to be anything close to tired or sleepy. I remember vividly of being totally conscious and alert. Also 100% sure I didn't fall asleep or something like that. Out of nowhere, I have this weird sensation, a feeling, like I'm being watched or something. Like something is behind me or making me want to look back. After 2 or 3 seconds of having this feeling, I give in. I lower my phone and rotate my torso to look behind me. I look at the ceiling, between the wall to my left and the ceiling lamp, and there's something there. A kind of smoke or foggy cloud. It's more like a cloud which is very faded than smoke. Honestly, it could have even been the thing that your eyes make after staring at a screen for a while. But what happened after made me discard that option. The cloud of fog was moving from the position I spotted to the ceiling lamp, close to the ceiling. It took 2 or 3 seconds to reach the lamp. As soon as the cloud got to the lamp, spark. My ceiling lamp's light bulb exploded and the living room went straight to darkness. The light bulb didn't just stop working, it made a blast inside of it and an exploding sound, but it didn't actually blow up and shatter the outside bulb glass. I'm petrified, so frickin' scared. My reaction was to grab the sheet I had covering me and hide under it. I wait there for a minute or two until I gather the courage to run outside the living room. I don't remember exactly what I did afterwards, but I probably didn't get much sleep. Although I do remember that specifically when thinking about what just happened, exactly what I saw and what happened step by step, so I wouldn't doubt myself 1 or 5 years later of what I saw. When I was around 10 years old, I spent the summers at my grandparents who lived in the northern parts of Sweden. They had a cabin out in the woods next to a beautiful lake, a long way from the nearest town. We had electricity but no running water, so it was very rural. Just behind the cabin, there were dark, thick woods where an eerie feeling was present each time you ventured into them. Each year I went to my grandparents, I did so together with my cousin. We lived in a small cabin separate from where my grandma and grandpa lived, so when we wanted to go to their cabin, we'd have to walk around 30 meters. Our cabin being separate from theirs becomes important later in the story. One summer, my grandpa took us on a long walk out into the woods. Now, my grandpa was always special, and during this walk, he told us stories about strange things happening in the woods, like stories involving trolls and other mysterious beings. On this special occasion, he told us about something which roughly translates from Swedish to little people. Small, human-like creatures invisible to the naked eye who lived in these woods. As we went along deeper into the woods, he told us that these little people sometimes crossed the roads where people walked, and when this happened, people wandering those roads would just freeze in place for no apparent reason, until the little people had passed the road. My cousin, being a kid, proceeded to joke by suddenly stopping and proclaiming that he had come upon one of the little people trails and frozen in place. I laughed, but strangely enough, my grandpa was not amused. He was adamant that you should not joke about little people while in the woods. We thought nothing more of it, and eventually went back to the cabin. Nothing happened for the rest of the day, and later that evening, me and my cousin went to our cabin to go to sleep. We got around 3 hours of sleep until we were suddenly awoken around 3 a.m. by commotion going on all around the cabin. The outside of the cabin's walls sounded like they were being scratched by a large bear. Small pebbles were raining down on the roof, and we heard scratching coming from underneath our beds. In short, it was very loud and absolutely terrifying. It was like being completely surrounded by noise and chaos. We panicked, ran from our cabin, woke our grandparents, and spent the night in their cabin. The next day, Grandpa brought us back to the woods where we threw candy into the trees and said we were sorry. Nothing more happened after that, and we never made fun of the local legends again. To this day, this is by far the most extreme experience I've ever had. The noise and how it seemed to come from every direction was insane. A little backstory. I was camping with my nephews. I'll call them R and J, in a forest. Because we were bored, we decided to go for a walk in the forest. When you get past through the gate, there's a field with about 5 or 6 trees. Then you get a little hill, and up on that hill starts the forest. When you walk to the back of the forest, there's a fence with behind that a road and a military shooting area. So R, J and I walked our normal route through the forest. When we walked past a tree, we saw some weird scratches on it. We've never seen them, even though we come there a lot. They obviously weren't human, but they were too high on the tree to be from an animal. We don't have bears or other giant animals where we live, so that wasn't an option. We investigated a bit and walked further. At least, R and I walked further. Jay stood still by the tree. We turned around, and at that moment, we heard a scream and came Jay running for his life towards us. There was a stick that flew towards him and it hit his neck. We calmed down a bit, checked his neck, we didn't see anything, and walked towards the fence at the back of the forest. We looked at the terrain when we saw a terrifying, literally black person about 2 meters long. Its legs, arms and fingers were all longer than usual. It had red glowing eyes and it was staring towards us. We were so scared that we ran back to the beginning, went through the gate and just stood there for a couple minutes. When Jay said, "My neck stings," R and I checked his neck and we saw something at the spot where the neck hit him. I looked like a 7. We took a photo. After that, we talked about what we saw. When we turned around, it stood at the beginning of the forest. There were probably 20 meters between us and the creature. When he saw that we were watching it too, he ran away at an inhuman speed. We were too scared to get back in the forest and went back to our tents. R and Jay told their mom, my aunt, what happened, and she looked at Jay's neck. You could still see the scratch, but it was almost gone. For some context to the experience I'm about to share, I have to get into who Sassy was. Sassy was the familiar pet of my boyfriend's late grandmother, then passed down to his late aunt, who was watching her until he could take her. The way she passed is extremely upsetting, but without going into too much detail, I'll say that my boyfriend's dad hates cats and refused to bring her to their home. So he left her in the home of his late mother and sister, then forgetting to feed her. She was found passed away in the empty upstairs bathtub. This was long before I even met my boyfriend, and as an avid animal lover, I felt a deep sadness knowing that she went feeling alone and abandoned. I didn't know this when I first encountered her, so to speak.
I had just moved in with my boyfriend, and we came to visit his parents' house. I believe for a holiday or our birthdays. I was sitting alone in the living room while he spoke to his mother in a different room when I heard a cat meow. It was clear as day and right beside me. I looked around, unable to find a source of where it had come from. The family has a basset hound, but no cats, again due to the fact his father hates them. When I asked about it, he mentioned that his grandmother and aunt had a cat that passed away in the house. I was later told about the way she passed away. This really upset me, and I wish that I'd been able to meet her. This was not my only encounter with her. Jump forward about 2 years. We've been together, and we decided to move into his parents' home with them to help them out financially. We now have 2 kitties of our own and love them dearly. One day, I was upstairs, which had been turned into our sort of apartment, and I was chilling in bed, my 2 kitties sound asleep around me. My boyfriend had gone downstairs and was talking to his mother. Then I started to hear meows. There were a few, and I meowed back a couple of times, confused as my cats were both sleeping. They weren't soft or distant. They sounded as though they were right outside our room. When he came back up, I asked if his mom had brought a cat home. He said no, of course not. Why? I told him I heard a cat in the house that wasn't ours. I believe without a doubt the source of the meows are Sassy. She's never made me feel scared or unsafe, and I don't have an issue with her being there. I just thought I'd share my experiences with her and tell people about her, because she deserves to be known, even in the afterlife. When I was 7, I woke up with a blue light coming through the window and hearing a loud hum. I was sleeping in my parents' room and tried to wake up my dad, but he wouldn't wake up. It was October, a week from Halloween. I was compelled to go outside. I was afraid to do it, but I looked out the window and saw a neighbour friend outside. And the next thing I knew, I was beside her. I didn't remember actually walking out. I reached for her and we held hands. I remember her eyes were huge, but neither of us could talk. The last thing I remember was standing in the street holding hands, surrounded by blue light. The next morning, I woke up on my front porch. It was early morning, and I was cold. I tried to go inside, but the door was locked. I had to bang on the door before anyone heard me. Finally, my brother let me in. He couldn't figure out how I was able to get out of the house with the deadbolt still locked. I didn't tell my parents. My mom was abusive and would hit me for any reason. My brother thought I went out to play before anyone woke up, and I was too freaked out to tell him. I asked my friend, and she remembered me waking up with blue lights in her room, and the next morning, waking up in her playhouse. She didn't know how she got there, and didn't remember seeing me. She was also too afraid to tell her mom. After that night, I started to sleepwalk. I would walk up all over the neighbourhood with no recollection of how I got there. One time, my dad heard me leaving the house and stopped me. He was weirded out because I fought him saying I needed to get home. Another time, my brother heard me leaving the house, and when he asked where I was going, I said home. Those were the only 2 times anyone heard me sleepwalking. After that experience, I started to see spirits. I would just know things, and it scared people. I told my mom that my grandpa died from a heart attack about an hour before we found out. I told my mom's friend that her husband was having a baby with another woman, and a month later, she found out it was true. I work as a psychic medium now. My speciality is tapping into when people are sick with a major illness. I can also forcibly remove bad spirits from places, like demons. My 3 daughters all inherited my psychic abilities, and one managed a metaphysical shop. One works in mental health. She intuitively knows what a cocktail of meds will work on someone who has tried many meds before. I don't know if I'm a human hybrid, if aliens activated my psychic sense or what. I still disappear sometimes. My hubby says that occasionally he'll wake up and can't find me anywhere. My keys, purse, phone and car are here, and the inside lock is locked. We now know when it's going to happen because we have increased spirit activity in our home, like things flying off shelves, moving around, noises, etc. Honestly, I'm very anxious to share this. Only my close family knows about this. I'll spare y'all the gruesome details, but my grandfather was a sadistic, violent predator. To cover up an affair, my dad dropped me there for the weekend. Mum thought we were camping. Grandfather abused me terribly. I was 8. When I regained consciousness, I screamed at him that I'd tell what he had done. That pissed him off, so he dragged me outside in the middle of the night and tied me to one of those old metal lawn chairs. It was autumn and it was drizzling outside. It was so cold that night. I'm pretty sure I had hypothermia. I just remember shaking and the wet and cold hurt. I was going to die. I felt it. There was a bright blue light. Out of it stepped a tall, thin woman with black hair. Cut straight and straight bangs. She was wearing white and had a bead necklace. She walked over to me and touched my face and then hugged me. Her skin was so soft and she was so warm. Then she stood behind me. I expected she would untie me and we'd go into the light. I thought I was dead. Instead, she put her arms around me and she had colourful wings. I remember being shocked because I thought angel wings were white. I immediately got warm and dry. My muscles relaxed and the aches and pains from grandfather eased. I can still feel the warmth that I felt. I can still remember her floral smell. I never in my life before or since felt as safe as I did in her arms and wings. She stayed until morning. I think grandfather forgot me because he came running out at dawn. He commented that I must have gotten loose because I was dry and everything was still wet out. In high school, we were studying Egyptian mythology. I saw a painting of Isis, for the first time, and I knew it was her that had saved my life. To this day, I have a statue of her in my living room to show thanks for saving me. Recently, I've been hearing lots of disembodied voices around the house. A week ago, I was home alone and was using the bathroom when all of a sudden I heard a woman singing from downstairs. I heard it from the vent, and she was singing louder and louder until I heard her voice from the bottom of the basement stairs. I had gone and stood at the top of the stairs, and when I got there, she stopped singing. I heard whispering, like 2 people were talking to each other, and then something ran at me from downstairs. A couple days ago, I was in the shower, and I heard this voice call out to me, also from downstairs. I thought it was my grandma, and I was listening closely until I realised it wasn't my grandma. Instead, this really hoarse voice was calling out my name. It sounded as if someone was smoking for 40 years of their life and tried yelling. I asked my grandma about it, and she said she wasn't calling me. Just about 30 to 40 minutes ago, I was in the shower, and I was trying to recall a dream I had with an entity. All of a sudden, the lights started to flicker, and I decided to get out of there. As I was drying off, I heard these whispers coming from right outside the door. It wasn't like any type of human language, but instead it was hisses and clicking noises going back and forth at each other. When I opened the door, there was nothing there. During these instances, no extra electronics or videos were playing, and I made sure that it wasn't something like the TV or radio. They started to get me on edge, and no matter how many times the house gets cleansed, they always come back. Not too long ago, I was with a friend at our church. It was a weekday, and pretty late in the evening, so we were getting ready to leave and making laps around the church just to pass the time until it was time to go. There weren't that many people left, and the lights in the hall and rooms were being turned off. Doors were being locked, etc. My friend doesn't believe in ghosts and always say that she needs to see a ghost in real time to believe it. We're both not scared of the dark, and walking in the pitch black halls wasn't a big deal.
We were talking about other friends, about plans for the weekend, just regular stuff was going on in our lives. There were only 2 lights on in the halls, and we were just coming up to the darkened ones. Everything was fine. We were joking around until my friend stopped me and grabbed my arm rather tightly. As we turned the corner and just about to enter the dark halls, she stopped dead in her tracks, stopped talking, and grabbed my arm. I stopped looking at her and asked her what was wrong. She kept looking ahead and asked, "Can you see them? And do you see them?" I glanced at the direction she was looking at, thinking that a couple other people were trying to scare us. But as I looked harder, I saw these 2 shadow people peeking around the corner at us. One was really tall and stocky. It was maybe 6, even 6'3", and was ducking behind the wall. The other was maybe not even 4 feet tall, and just stayed where I was peering from the wall. Instantly looking at them, I got the chills. I was frozen in place, and was stuck staring at them with my friend. After a minute or so, I took a step forward, gaining false confidence, and was rationalizing that those were people we knew, just trying to scare us. Since there's a couple friends that we have like that try and scare people in those halls. My friend was still holding my arm and pulled me back. She was still staring at them, and when she swung me around and loudly proclaimed, "We're not walking over there," and continued down the hall that was lit. We decided to stay by the front doors until it was time to go, but the whole time we were standing there, she couldn't stop talking about what we saw. I knew that she was genuinely scared, and this time, she wasn't trying to debunk or rationalize what was going on. She hasn't brought it up again, but we both know what we saw that night. So I'll preface this with the typical, I don't do drugs and I rarely drink. Usually reserve that for Xmas and New Year's. And not so often a weekend beer or glass of vodka or rum. Heck, I don't even smoke tobacco. I'm addicted to Coca-Cola though. And I live in a fairly unsafe area. So when you go out, you get used to look everywhere and at everyone and run at the first sign of trouble. So with that out the way, today I had a very strange encounter. I was biking to a corner store to get, you guessed it, Coca-Cola. A mineral water, watering down Coke because I have pre-diabetes, so I need to stop, and some flour tortillas. So I don't want to chain my bike to a post or bench because I'm going to 3 different stores. So I look around to see and there's no one suspicious, then get to the hardware store. Then walk with my bike to the grocery store to get the tortillas, and then walk a bit more to the corner store. So I get to the entrance and look around. No one sus. So I leave the bike and enter. And when I go out, I look around again, and there's this dude walking a bit sus. So I take note. Tall, lanky, pale looking, jet black hair, shoulder length, one of those goth looking fedoras, and a long coat, black, and boots. And he's holding a black umbrella. He definitely looked like a goth person, just the exact way a previous co-worker of mine used to look years back. I think to myself, these people usually look grim on purpose, nothing to see here, and turn my bike around and prepare to mount it. Then he comes into the corner of my eye. I can see the black clothes. A millisecond later, when he is in my sight, he's no longer a he, but 2 shoes, short, around 5 feet. A bit on the chubby side, as opposite to the lanky dude. One red-haired, another blonde. One had black pants and black, glossy, school uniform type shoes, and a colourful red and yellow striped shirt, and a small bag. And the other had blue jeans, white tennis shoes, grey shirt, and a black umbrella. Same one the dude had. I'm dumbfounded. I look at the store, empty. I look at the restaurant beside, but they're just starting to open. Only employees cleaning. And then there's a bank, closed and chained at this time. So I ask the employees if the tall man happened to get into the restaurant. What tall man? The store is too small for him to not be seen, and I actually would have seen him enter. When I turned around to look at the girls, now crossing the corner, red hair was looking at me, and turned her head away fast when I looked at them. Man, I felt like the only time I had pot. I almost fell down and had to stop to regain my composure. We live in a weird world, and there's something here with us that we barely even comprehend. That's for sure.
This was a while back, but still bothers me to this day. It was 2016, and me, 22, and my husband, 28, were moving into a rental home. I was 6 months pregnant, and we were thrilled to move into a nice community, since before, we'd lived in a sketchy part of town. We didn't know much about this rental, except it was in a good school district, low crime area, and within our budget. Time passed without any problems as soon as our son was born. His birth was textbook, and he slept well in the hospital. This all changed when we brought him home. The first night was awful. Every time we set him in his crib, he screamed. I'm not talking I'm hungry or need a new diaper cry. A legitimate scream like he was in pain. My husband and I had to take shifts at night so one could be with him and the other one could sleep. My shift was always second and started around 2 or 3 in the morning. I tried my best to sleep, but shortly after my son's birth, I began having horrible nightmares. I dreamed nightly about my son being hurt or needing me and I couldn't get to him. After a 6-week checkup, I told my OBGYN and she believed I was having postpartum anxiety and prescribed me medicine and recommended I see a counsellor. Weeks passed by since starting the medicine and counselling, and I was still having nightmares, and my son was still screaming all night long. His paediatrician told us it was colic and that we needed to just wait it out. Everything changed when he turned 3 months old. His screaming continued but started to be all day instead of just at night. My nightmares became much more specific. One night, I dreamed that I walked into my son's room and he was on fire and screaming. Though I was in his room, my feet were stuck inside his doorway. I couldn't move or speak. I could only watch my son screaming in pain. I woke up screaming and hyperventilating. My husband ran into our room and tried to console me. The next few days, I couldn't sleep. I spent most of my days at work and my evenings sitting on my front porch talking to my next door neighbour. She was the sweetest old lady who had lived in this neighbourhood since it was originally built in the 70s. I guess she could tell something was wrong and asked if I was okay. Reluctantly, I told her how my baby had been acting and how I was having horrible nightmares. She was sympathetic and asked me to elaborate. I didn't feel comfortable telling her the details, so I just told her I had dreams about fires in the house. Her face quickly changed from caring and concerned to horrified. Seconds of quiet felt like hours before she spoke again. Do you know what happened at this house? She said. I told her no. She sighed and looked down before grabbing my hands and looking at me. She goes on to tell me that a few years ago, there was a fire at the house due to some faulty wiring done poorly by the landlord. There was a young family with a 3-month-old baby living there, and unfortunately, the baby passed away in the fire. She said the couple moved away, and the house was renovated and put up for rent after. I was in shock. I ran inside to my husband holding our baby and told him we needed to leave. He must have seen the fear in my eyes since he didn't ask me to explain myself until we got in the car. I explained what had happened in the house and how I felt like my dreams were warnings that we needed to leave before something happened to our baby. Luckily, my brother-in-law lived in the next town over, so we went there. The first night we stayed in his house, our son slept through the night. Not a single peep. I checked on him every hour since it was so unusual for him to sleep this well. From then on, apart from normal baby stuff, my son never screamed again like he did in that house. My husband packed our stuff and we stayed with my brother-in-law until we were able to get out of our lease and rent a new place. I never went back. I will never go back. I just pray for whoever moves in there next. I love to swim and swim laps most days of the week. I started at a new gym a few weeks ago and love it because when I go, midday, there's usually no one else other than myself and the lifeguard. Well, today, as I'm swimming laps, I look up before turning and see a large man with a white beard wearing red shorts and no shirt sitting on the bench in front of me. No big deal. Sometimes people come into the pool area to use it almost as a steam room or sauna. Sometimes people wait for a specific lane they like, and I thought that could possibly be why he was sitting in front of my lane. I make my way to the other side of the pool and come back around. I look up to see if the man was still there, and now there's a large woman with dark brown hair and a black two-piece with purple and blue flowers. I'm so confused. It takes me roughly 30 seconds to swim one length of the pool, so I wasn't sure how the first man could have got up and made his way across the room to the exit. Whatever I think, maybe he was quicker than I thought. I take mental note of the woman, thinking she may possibly be waiting for my lane. I turn and swim back down the pool. Feeling uneasy at this point, I stop at the far end and look up to see if the woman is still there. She's not, and in her place is a small young man with a shaved head and black shorts. Okay, how has this happened again? How are these people walking out in 30 seconds or less, while also being replaced by someone completely different? Mind you, I'm still the only one in the pool, so it's not like they're getting in. I try to brush it off. I even tell myself to stop looking up, but curiosity gets the best of me, and I look up again. This is after just swimming the length back, and yet again, someone else is there. A red-headed woman in a pink and white one-piece. I'm convinced at this point I've lost it. I swam down in the water to check again if anyone else was in the pool. Nope, still me. At this point, I still had 10 laps left to make a mile, so I moved on and turned around. Again, curiously, I look up after making the first length, completely expecting to see someone new. All I see is an empty bench. Another thing that makes this all strange is that when you arrive at the pool, you have to check in with the lifeguard, which can take a little for them to find your name and such on their tablet. So somehow these 4 people arrived, checked in, then left, and were replaced by someone new within a minute. Maybe I'm losing it. I thought about asking the lifeguard if he saw these people, but he's this young little guy who couldn't be more than 16, and I had a feeling he wasn't the audience for my weird experience. So I was 14 years old at the time this happened. My great-grandfather, who I was very close with, was in hospice care at my grandma's house, and we were all there with them, as he was going to pass soon. My grandma had just moved to the house I lived in until I was 10, and we moved to a larger house only a mile away from her. I knew everyone in this neighbourhood, and we rarely had traffic other than those who lived there. It was a very small town in the middle of nowhere. On our way to my grandma's house that morning, we noticed a woman with long grey hair, jean shorts, and a tan shirt with a wolf on it, walking up and down my grandma's road, about a quarter mile, holding a football. We had never seen her before, and neither had my grandparents. We sat in the living room for hours visiting with my great-grandpa, who was lucid maybe a couple times an hour. I had a hard time watching him, so I decided to turn around on the couch and stare out the window most of the time, all the while watching this woman with a football walking up and down the road. At this point, she had been walking non-stop for nearly 3 hours. She never looked over at any houses or people, just stared ahead and walked. My great-grandpa was now starting to have a lot of trouble breathing, and it was getting to be too much for my 14-year-old self to handle. I was an avid runner and decided to go for a run to get away and hopefully de-stress. I kissed my great-grandpa and told him I loved him, and then left to go run. I ran about halfway down the road before I started crying so hard that I had to stop and lean over to catch my breath. Then out of nowhere, I hear a woman ask me if I was okay. I look up, and it's the woman with the football. I didn't remember seeing her in front of me, so I was surprised that somehow in a matter of seconds, she was there. Before I could answer her question, the woman wraps her arms around me in a hug. Now, I'm not a hugger by any means, but something about her hug was so comforting. My crying starts to slow down, and the woman says to me, "It's okay now. You can go back. He's in a better place." I quickly push myself out of the hug and look at the woman in disbelief. What was she talking about? How did she know about my grandpa? And what did she mean he was in a better place? I'd only been gone for maybe 5 minutes. I sprint back to the house and run inside. I'm immediately greeted by my mom sobbing and hugging me.
I look over and see my grandma leaving on my great-grandpa crying. Not a word was said, but I knew my great-grandpa had passed on. After crying and hugging my family members, I finally sat back down on the couch and looked out the window. I expected to see the woman there, as she had been there all day, but she was gone. My grandma still lives in that house and to this day, and has never seen that woman again. Do you think she was an angel? A crazy person with impeccable timing? Or something else? I guess I'll truly never know. There are several instances that happened in a house that I lived in the Upper Peninsula. I'll try to make this short as possible, but still give you a good idea as to what my family and I were dealing with. We had just moved out of my home state, Oklahoma. My dad got a job offer, and since both parents had been laid off for 6 months, they were willing to do anything for income. So we literally dropped everything and left. They found this home through a website. We only saw pictures. We never actually toured the place before renting. After a long 25-hour drive, we pulled up to the house. My siblings and I raced out of the car to pick our rooms and explore the place. I immediately had a weird feeling when I got in. The air inside seemed heavy, almost like it was hard to breathe. Me being 12, I didn't really pay much attention to the change in atmosphere. The house was old and outdated and kind of dirty. I remember seeing the upstairs bathroom literally fall through the ceiling over our living room, and it would drip every time anybody took a shower. I shared the upstairs with my brother and sister. Besides the weird feeling in the air and the concave ceiling, nothing seemed too out of the ordinary, until I went into the basement. It was super creepy and dark, like most basements are, so I didn't spend too much time there initially, and for the rest of my time living there. I had discovered old newspapers dated back into the 50s, with strange pictures of women in lingerie, and separate rooms with doors that had locks on the outside. I don't know about you, but that told me that someone or something was locked inside those rooms, for whatever reason. Like I said, I didn't spend too much time down there after that. The 1.5 years that I lived there kind of blur into each other, but here are some things that I remember. Whenever I'd sleep in my room, I'd have night terrors. Dreams that all of my dolls were possessed by the devil. They would dance and shift their bodies into unbelievable positions. I dreamt a lot about something being in my closet, and it didn't help that there was no door on it, because I would wake up and just stare into it, too terrified to move. These dreams got so bad that I ended up sleeping on the couch in the living room every night. When I did that, the nightmares stopped, and they would start back up again if I tried to sleep in my room again. Once, my sister and I were home with my dad, and he was making dinner, which was a huge thing because he never cooked. We were making burgers, and he put the buns in the oven to crisp them up. When he took them out, they were burned, and he lashed out, screamed, threw the pan full of the buns clear across the kitchen against the wall. My sister and I were speechless, because my dad is the most gentle and quiet man we ever knew, so that was extremely out of character for him. We chalked it up to him just releasing pent-up anger, but to this day, I'm not so sure. The most profound and weird experience I had was when I was upstairs reading in my sister's room. While sitting on her bed, I could look to the right and see the entrance to my brother's room at the end of the hall. To put this in perspective, my brother has always been a very angry and troubled kid. He had a deep, unmistakable voice that I could recognize from a mile away. His lights were on and his music was blaring, as usual, but I just ignored it and read my book. After about 10 minutes, he calls my name. I responded, "What?" with no reply. So I continued to read. A couple of minutes later, he calls my name a little louder, and again I respond with, "What?" Once again, silence. So I continued to read. Yet another couple minutes went by, and my brother screamed at the top of his lungs, "Liz, get the fuck in here!" The amount of anger in his voice was a little more than usual, but I was so used to it by this time that I just rolled my eyes, put down my book, and trudged reluctantly to his room. By the time I approached the door, the music had stopped, and when I opened it, my brother wasn't there. Thinking that he was playing another stupid prank on me, I tear the blanket off his bed. Check in the closet and behind the door. No sight of him. So I checked in the bathroom, the linen closet, and then everywhere in my room. By this point I was angry and confused, so I went downstairs and told my dad, and he kept messing with me and wouldn't leave me alone. My dad said, "Your brother isn't here. He's out snowboarding with your sister. They've been gone all day." Needless to say, he didn't believe me and thought that I was just looking for attention. I'm really surprised that he didn't see the pure freakout in my response, but you know dads. Anyway, there was definitely a dark and negative energy in the upstairs of that house. We moved quite a few more times after that, and I feel like something stuck to and followed my brother anywhere we went. When I was younger, in 4th grade, I lived in Germany. My father was in the military, so we lived on the military base, and that's where I met my best friend at the time. Let's just call her MK. Me and MK's parents noticed we would always play together, and we would always have play dates. Eventually, MK brought our families together, and we would all hang out. MK had 2 older sisters and a little brother, while I have an older and younger brother. MK and her family lived off base in the local part of Germany, so they lived almost non-English speaking. Well, German people. Of course, the house MK lived in was old as fuck. I'd stay the night over there all the time. One night, for some reason I can't remember, MK and I decided to sleep on the floor in the bedroom she shared with the second oldest sister. Let's call her B. B was in the room with the older sister, and let MK and I have the other bedroom to ourselves. So anyways, tonight we're sleeping on the floor a few feet away from their beds. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the only light coming from the hallway. The door was open. My vision was blurry and kinda kept going in and out. I remember looking up at MK's bed, and there sat a woman. I knew she was from the olden times because she wore all black. She had on one of the bulky dresses and a black veil over her face. The way she was sitting, her peripheral was towards me. She sat up straight, both legs together, hands in her lap, as if she was in church or something. I guess she felt me look at her because she slowly started turning her head towards me. I remember at that moment I wasn't scared, but everything felt sad. The energy was sad. Her face looked sad. Shit, she already looked as if she was at a funeral. Anyways, as soon as my face got all the way around and she would have been looking straight at me, my vision went black, and next thing I remember is waking up in the morning. I told MK and her sister about it. I think they didn't want to believe me, but something deep down told them I was not fucking joking. I went back over there a few more times because that woman, although creepy, didn't make me feel unsafe. I always wonder what her story was. Okay, so I have a fairly old house that I live in with my family. I'm 18, and I've lived here for most of my life without a problem, until very recently. The first time I was relaxing in my bed reading, and suddenly, completely out of the blue, my closet door and bedroom door both opened fairly forcefully at the exact same time. The problem is, that should be impossible. My door is at the front of my room, and my closet is on the next wall, directly beside my door. I had no fans on, and all my windows were closed. Next incident happened a while later. Again, no fans were on, and both windows were shut tight and with curtains drawn over them. I leaned down to pick something up and had a hard gust of air blew past my ear. Not both ears, just one side. Startled the living daylight out of me, but I thought nothing of it until I thought about it later. And the last and most recent one that happened to me was actually this morning. I'm a super early riser, so I got up at about 6 a.m. to go get my breakfast downstairs. I didn't bother to turn the lights on because my mum hates it, so I turned my phone screen on to light my way so I didn't trip and break my neck. And there was a shadow, a humanoid one in the middle of the staircase. I was at the very top of the stairs. I know that the shadow wasn't cast by me because as soon as I saw it, this thing darted down the stairs and disappeared. As soon as it moved, I damn near pissed myself, it startled me so badly.
My mum was skeptic, and even she believed me because apparently she's seen a full body apparition once on her anniversary, and then never again, of a lady in a dress. On the bottom of the stairs, almost the same place that I saw the shadow person. I think that the spirits are attached to me all of a sudden for unknown reasons. Does anyone have any thoughts on this? My house is fairly old. It was built around the same time of the Second World War, and a few families have lived in it before mine. I always felt some kind of energy in the house, especially in the kitchen. When I was a child, I would hear cutlery and dishes rattling in it at night. My parents were bemused when I talked to them about it and put it down to my 7-year-old imagination. That was 10 years ago, and along with the rattling of the cutlery in my kitchen, I've had a range of experiences with and connected to the presence I believe is in my house. I've always been fascinated with the paranormal, being simultaneously transfixed with and disturbed by it. From a young age, I had a good knowledge of it, contrasting the relatively ambivalent opinions of my family. In the years that followed, I started using Ouija boards with friends, usually to little success and to my bitter disappointment. The energy in my house seemed to be disguised to anyone but me, as no one believed me whenever I talked about it. Eventually, I gave up trying to convince anyone of its existence. Things started to get weirder about 2 years ago. I was walking through my kitchen when a pepper shaker flew past my head, nearly hitting me. I spun around, expecting to see my brother, angry that he had nearly hit me. No one was there. I called out to my brother, and he responded from his room. No one else had been near me when the pepper shaker was launched at me, and I hadn't bumped or touched it. To this day, I logically cannot reason as to how this could have happened. More recently, when I was home alone, I heard a crash come from my bathroom. It sounded almost like the shower rail had collapsed, bringing down half of the contents of the bathroom with it. I could hear the noise of objects in there rolling around, and I groaned, expecting to have to clean up a mess. I walked into the bathroom. It was completely clean. Nothing had been disturbed. I checked every room in my house for any disturbance, in case the noise had come from one of them. All had not been touched. More events similar to these have happened in the last couple of years. These two are merely the ones I can remember and explain the easiest. And now I'll talk about a series of events that happened to my family and me around this time as well. In the last year, my mother has been involved in 3 car crashes. None were her fault, and thankfully she was not severely injured in any of them. Our car has been randomly broken into twice, and on the 3rd time, stolen, with the police unable to do anything about it. The area my family lives in is not fancy, but it does not have a high crime rate, and is generally quite safe and quiet, which makes the aforementioned event more concerning to me. Around the same time that this happened, I was bizarrely connected to a crime I had nothing to do with, and interrogated by police. The whole event left me somewhat disturbed, and it took the police 6 months to clear my name of any wrongdoing. Then, our normally placid dog randomly turned violent and tried to bite my brother, and we ended up having to give it away after taking it to a trainer to try and fix its aggression. It's almost like something has cursed me and my family. I'm a mentally stable, regular 17-year-old male. I know I cannot prove it, but everything I've detailed here is true. If someone could offer some answers or somehow debunk this, I'd welcome it. This happened to me in January of 2017. I'm a mom of 2, and we tried already for a couple months for our 3rd, with no success. After New Year's, I started to get sick. Felt like a cold and got worse over the weeks. My doc said it was just the flu and to get rest. In the 4th week, I wasn't able to take care of my kids anymore. I had a fever of 105 and I wished I was dead. Everything was hurting, including breathing. I felt empty, and my only hope was that this will be over soon. My husband stayed home from work to take care of me and the kids. One night, when I felt just terrible, I don't know if it was just a dream, or a hallucination, or if it actually happened. I heard a knocking and turned around. I saw a man in a very bright light. He had very warm brown eyes and shoulder-long brown hair and a beard. I can't remember all the details. I felt overwhelmed with his presence. I felt safe and like everything was going to be alright. He reached out to me and I wanted to take his hand, but he pulled his hand away the moment I wanted to grab his. He smiled and shook his head and it was all gone. Then I hear my husband yelling, "Mommy is right here. Come and see if you want." And my 4-year-old son said, "No, it's okay. I'll go back to bed." So my husband told me that our son woke up and yelled down the stairs, "Where's Mommy? She's gone. I need to see her." It freaked me out, and I told him what had just happened to me. My fever was still at 105. We went to the hospital, and they finally found out I had pneumonia and gave me penicillin. Anyway, the next day I had already started feeling better and the fever broke. That day I got a call from the hospital telling me I was pregnant. This little boy is going to turn 3 this year. I don't know if this sounds crazy to you, but when this happened to me, this feeling I had when seeing this in front of me, it was Jesus. I never felt this comfort and joy at the same time. Also, I thought with such a high fever, it was a miracle to me that this baby was still growing. I was only 6 weeks when they told me. I was very anxious. And my oldest, he usually would have come downstairs, but instead he yelled down the stairs. My mother passed away in December due to cancer. I'm her only child, and also a 22-year-old guy, which I believe is important. My mother and I were also very close, and one of her biggest fears in her final days was leaving me behind to go through life without her. After my mom passed, we had her cremated. We had the ashes split into thirds. A third for my personal urn for her, a third for us to bury next to my grandfather, and the rest to split between other families who have urns. I also purchased the house after my mother's passing, and as far as I know, there's been no activity ever at this house. But I also moved my mum's ashes here as soon as I closed on the house, and for the most part, never really noticed anything. But after being here a few months, I've started to notice a few things. There was a lot of arguing and tension within my family during my mom's final days. Although she was in a coma-like state, I know she would have been very irritated at how the family reacted, and me being the primary target for everyone. To set the scene for everyone, at the time of my mom's death, I was staying at my grandparents', which also was where my mom eventually came home on hospice and later died in the house. Up until my mom's death, I had never had any issues sleeping. Immediately following my mom's death, I couldn't sleep, or at least not very long. But as tensions died down between the family, I started sleeping fine again. Now I do realise that this could have been due to stress upon myself, but now that I'm in a new house and have been for 5 months, it's starting to become a problem again. I can't sleep, and I also wake up randomly. I also get this eerie feeling that I'm being watched sometimes, but I don't live alone in the house as my girlfriend lives with me too. There's been several times during the day when I'm gone that my girlfriend says she's heard weird noises. I've heard them myself, but it honestly sounds like squirrels or something running across the roof or in the attic. But I've also noticed behaviour changes from my cat. The cat belonged to my mom before she passed, although I took care of the cat and kept the cat with me while I stayed with my grandparents. My mom loved her cat, and the cat definitely loved her too. I've noticed my cat spends a lot of time in the basement or in my bedroom, but never in her cat tree, which just so happens to be in the living room, near my mum's urn. I've often caught the cat stalking something that isn't there. She also seems more chatty and affectionate, that she's been almost like she's being possessed or influenced by something else. I unfortunately don't have any hard evidence proving that my mother may or may not be attached to me or haunting me. I don't really like saying haunting in this case, because if something is happening, it doesn't seem malevolent or evil. Do you think my mom's spirit is following me? Or maybe even taking the form of my cat to interact with me in the afterlife? I feel like if she is following me, she isn't necessarily trying to communicate, but rather watch over me. What do you guys think? And what ways can I possibly try reaching out to her if she is with me? About 2 years ago, my family and I took a trip to northern Michigan for the 4th of July. We stayed at a fairly small hotel called Rome Inn, which only has 18 rooms. I don't remember which room number my brother and I stayed in, but when walking down the first main hallway with rooms, it was the one at the very end of the hall, directly opposite to you when entering the hallway. Using Google Images to help, it was most likely room 4. It was a king bed, so my brother and I shared it while my parents and sister were in another room down the hall. Couldn't tell you what time it was, but later at night while we were in bed, just on our phones, I heard my name whispered to me. So I look over to my brother and ask him, "What?" To which he replies, "I didn't say anything." Around 10 minutes later, I hear my name again and again ask him if he'd said anything, which he didn't. At this point I was brushing it off, thinking it's just noise. I do have a shorter name, so it could easily be mistaken for just a noise. After another 10 minutes, however, my brother takes out his earbuds, looks over to me and then asks, "What?" To which I tell him I didn't say anything. I asked him what he heard and he told me that I said his name. Now there's absolutely no way my brother's name could be a noise. It's longer than mine and contains more syllables. We were both a little freaked out now, but not necessarily shook, and we eventually went to sleep without hearing anything else. In the morning, I asked my parents if there was ever a hospice. They immediately asked why, and I told them exactly why, what I just talked about. My parents looked at each other and then told us that it was at one point. They didn't hear anything in their room, but that could be just because they were asleep fairly early compared to my brother and I. Doing some extra digging on my own, I learned that it was built in 1896 by a lumber baron, but was then converted to a hospital and assisted living facility. This genuinely scared the hell out of me, as it somewhat confirmed what I was thinking the night before.
It occurred from ages 9 to 16, but I guess I'll just start at the very beginning. As of today, I'm a 28-year-old female, but growing up, I was a very sensitive little boy. My parents adopted me as a baby, and I never met my birth family until 2012. It was then that I learned that every woman in my birth family were all quite sensitive to the paranormal. Nobody in my adopted family had any sort of sensitivity, but they all did things subconsciously. So when I was 9, my family moved to a very nice house in St. Helena, Napa, overlooking the valley. It was a beautiful 2-story house, but in a weird way, since it was on a hill. From the road, the second story was the first story, but from the backyard, down the mountain, both floors were visible. I believe this was called a sloped lot. Upstairs was the garage, linked to the main house by a breezeway leading to the laundry room. To the right from there was a study. Straight ahead was a living room and the kitchen. A hallway ran parallel to the kitchen, meeting at a family and dining room, where the front door sat, though none of us actually used it. Right next to that was the stairs. Oh, the dreaded stairs. Leading down to the one long hallway connecting the bedrooms. Experiences began happening immediately after we moved in. Part of me believes it was drawn to the negative trauma I suffered at the hands of my abusive father, who focused his rage mostly on me, and that was why I was targeted out of my brothers, but that's just a theory. The first of many experiences was when the whole family was at my middle school for a scholastic book fair. I remember having a sudden twisting in my gut when my parents got a call that our backyard was on fire. To this day, nobody knows how it happened. It just started. Then, the real fun began. It started out slowly and only ever happened downstairs. My brothers and I would wake up and see a man walking back and forth on the patio, glancing through the French doors of our bedrooms as he passed. We never felt malice from him though, and we all recall seeing him. What makes that particular bit interesting is that from a child's perspective, usually the male entity would be malicious, while a female entity would be a protector. In my house, it was the polar opposite. Myself and my brothers felt a dark presence lurking downstairs in the hallway that would affect all three of us, to the point we'd take the stairs 2 or 3 at a time as fast as possible. I'd have recurring nightmares about struggling to get to the top of the stairs with something behind me. In one particular dream,
I was reaching for the top stair and the entity caught me and stapled my mouth shut so I couldn't scream. Keep in mind, I was too young for these things to naturally come to me. In the beginning, the doors to my bedroom would slam in the wee hours of the morning, so loudly it would wake my father. He insisted it was a draft, even though no one else's doors would do it, and again, it slammed with massive force. We had to put a £10 bookend in front of it. Not much later, the entity in the hall would probe our rooms to see who was the most sensitive. My older brother, who slept at the end of the hall, nearest the darkness, outgrew his empathic sensitivity, and my younger brother eventually stopped as well. But I remained more sensitive than ever, and it knew. That's when I met her. At first, the entity introduced itself as a kind protector from the man on the balcony, but I knew that was a lie. She would stand at the far end of the hallway and wait. Not that she was actually there. There was no one there, but it was more of a feeling of dread. It wasn't darkness or blackness, but more that it physically sucked in the light around it like a black hole. She would come to me in dreams as various entities, but the man would always show up and protect me. Mind you, I knew neither her nor the man, and the fact that the house was built on an inactive volcano, littered with limestone and obsidian, probably boosted energy, or what have you. For about 7 years, I would wake up promptly at 3 a.m, sweating bullets, hearing someone running back and forth in the hallway, panting as they passed my room, repeatedly, until around 5 a.m. when I began to get light. The first face-to-face incident with this creature was when I woke up as scheduled at 3 a.m, and like clockwork, heard the panting and pacing in the hallway. After about 20 minutes, I got too scared to sit there doing nothing, and reached to the dresser by my bed and turned on the light. The panting and pacing stopped, and I waited through about 10 seconds of soul-crippling silence before it happened. Long, gnarly, shadowy fingers slowly gripped the doorframe one by one. I heard the wood of the frame creak slightly as the wispy fingers pulled into the bedroom. Before my brain could process what I was seeing, I heard her gasp, like audibly gasp. The fingers retreated in pain, and I sat in silence until the sun came up 2 hours later. That was the first time I realized I had a weapon against this thing. I still don't fully understand it, but she couldn't exist in light. While that alone brought tears to my eyes recalling it, there was one other experience that haunts me to this day. Plenty of years had gone by and I had just turned 14. My father was a prominent doctor in the area, and he was planning on taking my mother to a fancy hospital gala, the same night my little brother had a sleepover at a friend's house, and my older brother was out college shopping in some other county. It was the first time I had the house to myself at night. I begged them to reschedule or hire a babysitter. They told me I was old enough to be a babysitter and that I needed just to grow up. Everyone in my family, including myself, experienced weird happenings, but they all preferred to turn a blind eye. So my pleas fell on deaf ears, and I was left alone. I spent the first half of the evening upstairs where it was safe, occasionally glancing towards the staircase for any activity from the living room, while the TV distracted me. About 10 or 11 p.m, I remember thinking that I was too old to be scared to be by myself, and I could sleep downstairs alone if I wanted to. I kept the lights on upstairs and slowly descended the staircase, feeling the darkness getting closer with every step. When I reached the last step, I leaped to the light switch and hit it, illuminating the hallway. Shaking violently, I hurried to my bedroom through the eerie quiet. My footsteps on the carpet were the only sound to break the silence. I finally slunk into my bedroom and quickly turned on the dresser light, jumping into bed as I stared into the lights shining through the downstairs. Going over in my head that all doors were locked, all windows were closed, and as long as these lights were on, I was safe. The lassitude of Morpheus overcame me, and my mind began to wander in the fields of Nod. Unlike the usual times I woke up at night, this time was slightly different. I woke up suddenly, completely alert with the fight or flight response already kicked in. I was facing the wall but was absolutely terrified. I felt like if I moved or even breathed too loudly, it would spell immediate death, I sat there for what felt like an eternity, but was most likely only a few minutes, before I mustered up the courage to roll over. When I finally did, my heart sank. All the lights in the house were off, and a womanly shadow was standing in the doorway. The thought that maybe it was my mother popped into my head before I realised that she was with my father at the gala all night, and they were staying at a hotel till morning. I just sat there, frozen, locked in a gaze with this creature, who finally made it through the threshold of my doorframe and into my room, a feat she had yet to accomplish. I closed my eyes and repeated in my head, "It isn't real, it isn't real," like a personal mantra. Trying to control my breathing as I shake and shiver violently, I decide to take a peek and see if she's still there. Surely she can't come in further. I open my eyes. It's standing right over me, at the edge of my bed, looking down at me. Not with eyes, it had no eyes. What it did have was a large, toothy grin amidst the wispy shadows of its body. I didn't dare scream or even move, but hold my gaze as I hear a deep rumble emanating from the swirling torrent of darkness that was this creature. Having grown up terribly abused, I knew fear, but this was something different. I'd never been this afraid before in my life. It was no longer creaks or shadows darting in the corner of your eye. I was face to face with something else, something not of this world, and it wanted me. I knew in this moment as its mouth began to expand that if I did nothing, I would die. So I did the only thing I could think of in the moment. My body suddenly lurched upwards from the bed towards the entity, and I screamed at it. Not a scream of fear, but more of a war cry, like it would try to kill me, but I wasn't planning on making it easy. My face almost went through it as I lurched up before it recoiled and let out an unearthly wail. I'm guessing it wasn't expecting resistance, but I actually heard it as it left the room, feet on the carpet and everything. Within moments, all the lights in the house were back on, and I just sat there shivering in shock until the dam broke and I began to cry. I just cradled my pillow and rocked back and forth on the bed, sobbing, until the sun came up and my parents came home. My family, devout Catholic doctors, were already skeptical of these things and didn't believe me, attempting to convince me that it was a night terror or sleep paralysis. Only, I could move, I could think, I wasn't stuck. It actually happened. I know I didn't dream it, because I stayed awake until the next day. I don't expect anyone to believe me, but this was just the kind of thing that happened in the house. I believe it was limited to that specific location because it didn't follow me to college or anywhere beyond there. I fear for those who moved in when my parents sold it, but it would be cool to get in touch with those who live there and ask if they've experienced similar things. We did have trouble selling it. It was on the market for years. Anytime someone would come to view it, they would get creeped out and leave. Paranormal or mineral deficiency? When you tell someone about a paranormal experience, the first thing they always ask is, "Are you sure you weren't dreaming?" You may just need to have blood work done to determine if you're deficient in any way of the things that could possibly cause hallucinations or similar reactions. Or maybe really you did experience these paranormal happenings. A couple of years ago, I was plagued by a constant, almost nightly visitation by an enveloping fog of tiny bubbles that clung to my hands and fingers if I put my hand into this cloud, but I could shake them off. Neither my husband nor my son could see these bubbles, but it was very alarming to me when I discovered that there seemed to be an intelligence behind them that might be trying to communicate with me. Yes, I know, it sounds preposterous, but it really floored me when the bubbles first formed a sea anemone-like creature. A tube with a few small tentacles at the top and a base like a snail. It had 3 large eyes, and when they opened and looked at me, they reflected the picture of a cat, as if saying, "I can see your cat," rather like a friendly introduction. After that, it started to form scenes in a sort of picture frame above me, and they usually reflected something I would know or recognize. Once, it created a scene of rain coming down.
flowing into a lake. It was raining very heavily that night at the same time. I said aloud, "You're right, it's raining," and the scene slowly faded and was again replaced by bubbles, as if in recognition of my recognition that we had communicated something that each of us understood. Now you're going to say, "See, you were dreaming," but I was fully awake, had not gone to sleep yet, and even woke my husband to ask if he could see anything. These bubbles seemed to appear more at the time of a full moon. They were never threatening, but I wasn't comfortable with them being there, and many times asked them to go away. And it would be several days before they returned, compared to almost nightly. With every visitation, they would rearrange themselves into some sort of a pattern or display, instead of just a mass or small sticky bubbles that engulfed the room. Another oddity: if I turned on my bedside lamp, they immediately disappeared. When I turned off the lamp, they were immediately back again. It was maddening, and I began to wonder if I was imagining it. Then I'd argue with myself that I wasn't prone to any kind of dreams, much less weird ones like this. That I wasn't a big sci-fi fan that might seed my imagination. That I was just too much of a don't believe it till you prove it type of person to be experiencing this. It became so annoying, or rather disturbing, that when they appeared, I asked them to go away, and would go into another room to sleep, and they would not follow me there. It was as if there was some sort of a portal in my bedroom, located near my dressing table, from which they would appear. Deeply disturbed, I remember that my last lab work, done at my doctor's office, had suggested that I had a magnesium deficiency. On further checking, I discovered that a deficit in magnesium might cause hallucinations. Well, I don't think it was hallucinating, since I was awake and calm and thoughtful when it happened, but it made me think. So I got some magnesium tablets as prescribed by my doctor and started taking them. Little by little, the bubbles visits became fewer, until now they only return every few months and are appearing in a slightly different form. Now they appear as visible patterns, like dangling multiple chandeliers, or the branches and leaves of a tree hanging over me. It's so bizarre that it caught me off guard, and I no longer felt that they were as fluffy and friendly as they had been. I continue taking the magnesium, and the bubble visits have become fewer, but still, on occasion, return. I'm not aware that the magnesium made me physically or mentally feel much different than I had before. But did it affect my unknown ability to create something so foreign to me? I'll probably never know.